Does it also annoy you how much time you spend on your smartphone, all the notifications, the countless apps? Are you also tired of big tech and security agencies watching you, what you do, where you go, who you talk to? Then we have good news for you. The new Volla Phone 22 for your freedom through simplicity and security. Does it also annoy you how much time you spend on your smartphone, all the notifications, the countless apps? Are you also tired of big tech and security agencies watching you, what you do, where you go, who you talk to? Then we have good news for you. The new Volla Phone 22 for your freedom through simplicity and security.
So, mal kurz einen Uhrenvergleich. Wir haben 10 Uhr und 5 Minuten, also fast pünktlich. Und damit herzlich willkommen hier live, sowohl im Stream, willkommen an alle Zuschauer, als auch hier vor Ort in Remscheid zu den Volla Community Days 2022 for all the English-speaking people. Welcome to Volla Community Days 2022. I'm happy to welcome you everyone. My name is Janos, and I will be some kind of MC today and walk you through every speaker. And it's my pleasure to introduce this morning Mr. Wurzer, Dr. Jörg Wurzer, the founder and CEO of Hallo Weltsysteme and the creator of the Volla Phone. So I'm giving it up to you and giving him a warm hand of applause right now. And yeah, welcome.
Thanks. Yeah, welcome from my side. It's a pleasure for me to see that audience and to open this Volla Community Days for the fourth time. And we have, I also happy greetings to the people that are online, that are following us online. So yeah, we have prepared, I think, exciting program for today and tomorrow. Today, we have a focus on topics for users and partners, and tomorrow it's a focus for more experienced, technical, interested, and experienced people like the developers and the developer community. So the language of that event is mainly English. So but I will translate in German for summaries for the most parts of the event. And this afternoon, if it comes to some daily tips, we switch it. The main language will be German for the German users, and I will summarize what I say in English. Yeah, we have some demos today, some interviews, and I'm looking forward to the discussion. So I'm looking forward to the inspiration from ideas. You have some feedbacks you have after using the Volla Phone in your everyday. And yeah, we have something to show. Let's do it together. It's a community day. And community days are interesting because the users, our partners are involved, and we would like to communicate with you. We would like to come in touch with you. Yeah, so let me shortly introduce the agenda. So you see this morning, I will give you an overview about the Volla story that is going on. And then we have the Hackathon Challenge this year again, and where developers can win a Volla Phone 22 or Volla Phone X. And I'm looking forward to see what ideas and contribution our community developers bring in. It's the fourth time that we have the Volla Community Days. We started, it was 2019 with the first Volla Community Day. We started with 12 people sitting together downstairs. And 1 year later, we have been together with online and offline up to 40 people. Last year, we have been cumulated more than 200 people. Last year, it was only online for sure. And this year, I'm very happy that we have a hybrid event. People are visiting us here in Remscheid, and we stream it online. Yeah, so you see that we have some guests, mainly our partners like UBports and from the UBports community. We have a guest here from HideMe, our partner, and also our partner Gigaset. And in the afternoon, I would like to, and we have a break for networking and conversation. And in the afternoon, we have partners here that are presenting what Volla can do in practice, and I will give some tips. Nun nochmal für die deutschen Zuhörer. Bitte haben Sie Geduld, dass wir das in 2 Sprachen machen. Die führende Sprache ist in Englisch. Ich werde dann immer in Deutsch übersetzen für die wichtigen Stellen. Heute Nachmittag, wo es darum geht, auch so praktische Tipps zu zeigen, wie das Volla Phone eingerichtet wird, dann ist die führende Sprache Deutsch und dann ist es umgekehrt, dann werde ich Englisch etwas zusammenfassen. Heute Morgen werde ich kurz einführen, einen Überblick geben über die Volla-Geschichte. Wir haben einige Gäste hier und wie die UBports Stiftung. Wir haben jemand von unserem Partner HideMe und dann auch Gigaset im Gespräch und unserer Partner dann auch wie GNU Health und weitere Partner, die wir hier haben. Dann geht es morgen, tomorrow, we will have then a tutorial for developers by one of our talented developers, how to contribute to the multi-boot feature that is unique and unique on smartphones at all. And it's also new for the Volla Phone 22. And we will talk about that feature, and we welcome the community developers to contribute and to provide their system as a further operation system that can be installed easily on a Volla Phone. And then I try to demonstrate Sailfish OS, a community port, and maybe we have a demo of Manjaro, another mobile Linux distribution, and another developer who would like to present his ideas. And then we have a break again, and in the afternoon, I'm looking forward to the results of the hackathon. Let's see, each year it was exciting. And we learned a lot of talented developers in that hackathon in the past that are now on board and part of the team. So let's see what happens this time. Und den zweiten Tag, da werden wir den Fokus haben auf technische Themen. Da wird es eine Einführung geben, wie Community-Entwickler beitragen können zu der neuen Multi-Boot-Funktion. Und es wird auch Vorführungen geben von anderen Betriebssystemen, Sailfish OS. Ich muss das noch einrichten auf einem Gerät. Ich hoffe, das gelingt mir heute Abend. Und dann gibt es noch einen Beitrag von Manjaro, auch eine andere Linux-Distribution und noch andere Ideen, die vorgetragen werden. Und Nachmittag werden hoffentlich einige Community-Entwickler, die sich an dem Hackathon beteiligt haben, etwas präsentieren und dann auch ausgezeichnet werden und können sich dann eine Belohnung aussuchen. Und ich hoffe, dass alles immer wieder mit vielen Gesprächen begleitet ist. Okay. So, and so also for the audience here in Remscheid, it's quite easy to ask and to discuss and to talk with each other. I think it will be very great networking. And for the others, we have our community chat on Telegram, and our moderators take care, and also our team members that the questions are forwarded to me or the speakers in that moment. I don't want to forget to welcome in particular our team members that are following online or that have been traveled to Remscheid. So I'm pleased to welcome again, and thank you very much for Janos Kehl. Someone may know him. He's also helping us to be visible and communicate with the community via the social media. Thank you very much to be here. Also Mrs. Wiedenhoff, thank you. And she is also working in social media communication and marketing communication in general. Some maybe know her because she have organized that event. Thank you very much. for your effort and welcome on board. I think they're just a couple of months and you started already with that event. And I welcome also very much people that come from abroad. Our very young, talented developer, Mr. Panio. Thank you very much to traveling to us. He's also the main developer who worked next to the community developer Nick on the multi-boot feature. Thank you very much for coming. And you have here now the opportunity to ask questions and have answers from the first source. I also welcome Mr. Okrenkov. He supported our community, our ports, mainly Ubuntu Touch for the Volla Phone from the beginning. And he's very also involved in that project. Thank you very much for coming and that long journey. And then we have also Mr. Zavirucha. Welcome, Mr. Zavirucha. Someone may know him from the phone or from emails and sometimes in the chat. He's the one he's working for our customer care. And so that this is a team that we will increase shortly. I also welcome all the other team members that will come later, team members for sales, and that will come today. And also I welcome and thank you the people that are working online, mainly with the nicknames Schmül and York, that two volunteers that are moderating our forum and Telegram channel. It's so amazing. For me, I take it as a gift that we have that international team of people that are excited, that are engaged, and they're putting the creativity in that project. I take it as a gift to work with all that people. I welcome also to the in particular the partners that traveled from the Netherlands, like Mr. Botz and also Mr. Ferrero from Spain. Mr. Falcon from Spain, Mr. Ferrero is from Argentina. He will be joined online today. So thank you very much for all that came to that event. Let's start. The Volla story. So I'm visually impaired, so sometimes I need a closer look at my script. But that's good because I'm never excited on stage because I don't see the audience. Yeah, that helps me. So let's have a look back. I think the Volla story is so exciting. It's a young company, and we funded in 2017. It's not far away because it's not my first company. I have other companies, and that with a classic way. So that a company that starts with venture capital, with an exit plan and all that stuff. And this time I try to do something different. I learned a lot from the AI business, and my idea was to combine hardware and software to make a perfect product. And I think it's a bit Apple's idea to make hardware and software and align these two components to a perfect combination and perfect product. So, and we started with research, a lot of research for the right platform. And we used a focus group of users, a very mixed focus group of different professions, different ages that are worked with our prototypes, gives us feedback to find the best operating system and user experience. For sure, this improvement of the user experience is a never-ending story, and we are just at the beginning. And with your help, the feedback of the community, we are better year for year. And then, we have then started with a Kickstarter campaign in early 2020. That Kickstarter campaign was successful. We doubled the financing target, the financial target of that crowdfunding, so we could start. And also we had we delivered the first Volla Phone on time in October 2020. This is not usual that Kickstarter projects deliver on time, but we made it. And this is the first Volla Phone. And yeah, we made it with the help of the community, with the help of the developers, all the contributors, and all the volunteers for that project. There have been even some community members. Hello, you're welcome to sit down. So and then we opened the online shop in the end of this 2020. So we start the regular sales. And last year it was an exciting year of building the organization from a project organization to a real company that has product and all the processes for development, production and fulfillment. That was last year. And we also introduced, we offered a major update from Volla OS 9 to Volla OS 10. And then we also had the second product that was the Volla Phone X. That is the robust Volla Phone model that we introduced in the last community days. Hello, welcome, and feel free to sit down somewhere. We have some chairs over there. Very nice. That was the Volla Phone X. And this year, it's an exciting year. We launched the third major update for the Volla Phone, and it's the second the second major update for the Volla Phone and the first major update for Volla Phone X. And this is a fulfillment of a promise that we support our devices for a long time, so that they last for a long time. And this means that you get also major updates, security updates for sure, even beyond the warranty. I think this is also a very aspect of sustainability that you have, and that updates. And each user will benefit from the new features that we will introduce from the Volla Phone 22. So like the security mode, I will introduce a little bit later. Yeah, and then we made another Kickstarter project, and in July we will ship the Volla Phone 22 that I will present today. And you can have your hands on that new device. We have samples here because the serial production will start in the next month. Currently, some components are in production, so we have very short supply chains. So, nochmal als Zusammenfassung für auch die deutschen Besucher. Die Volla-Geschichte ist noch jung. Wir starteten 2017 mit Forschung und Entwicklung, haben 2020 mit dem ersten Crowdfunding begonnen. Eine wunderbare Möglichkeit, Ideen auch umzusetzen und dafür die finanzielle Ausstattung zu bekommen. Nicht nur kommerzielle Projekte im Übrigen, sondern auch soziale Projekte. Eine großartige Möglichkeit, die es hier da inzwischen gibt. Und die auch, glaube ich, schon mal so ein bisschen andeutet, wo die Zukunft hingeht. Da gibt es ja auch solche Dinge wie Distributed Finance, da haben sicherlich auch einige schon von gehört. Ja, und wir haben dann das Volla Phone 2020 herausgegeben. 2021 ging es schon schnell weiter, dass wir das zweite Modell auf den Markt gebracht haben und in diesem Jahr dann das dritte Modell. Und was, glaube ich, auch interessante Botschaft ist, dass wir auch die großen Updates, also von Volla OS 9, 10, 11. Das ist nicht selbstverständlich. Wenn Sie im Supermarkt ein Gerät kaufen, dann sind meistens diese Updates nur für 2 Jahre. Und dann gibt es allenfalls Security-Patches. Und wir wollen wirklich auch langfristig, auch mit den Major-Updates, dann unsere Anwender und unsere Geräte dann unsere Anwender auch mit erfreuen. So, yeah, and this is the Volla Phone in figures. So we are a small company, so that figures are nothing compared with Samsung and Apple. But I think it's amazing for such a small company that didn't start with venture capital for good reasons, because I want to be independent and I want to keep an independent company, and therefore we have no venture capital. We have great supporters, large supporters that spend a significant amount of money, and all other supporters that have spent their money in the crowdfunding. So independent company, and we have shipped more than 5,500 devices. This is increasing, and into more than 55 countries. For sure, the main users are in German-speaking countries and in our neighbors, the Netherlands. There in Netherlands, we have many Ubuntu Touch users. And here's a nice figure that 30%, I think, users are buying our phone with a pre-installed Ubuntu Touch. I think if you would have asked an analyst, he or she would have said there's no market for Ubuntu Touch or something, but there is a market. We need just a company that offers a device where you can get an alternative in a convenient way. I think this is the key. And 70% are using our Volla OS because they need some Android apps that are only available in the large app stores. And we have a lot of community projects, not only our community projects that we published on GitHub, also some other community projects like the Android Boot Manager that we also use to integrate it into our system. Thanks to all that are people that are part of that great story. We have a lot of partners, and I would like to mention that partners because it's not David and Goliath if we talk about the market players. It's like a fly and an elephant. So therefore, it's so important to start to build alliances, and this is what we have done and what increased in the last year the number of our partners, and I'm so happy. I'm so glad, so thankful for visionaries that are our partners. When I started it was. You can imagine it's hard to find a manufacturer partner for small batches, and in the end we found that at Gigaset, and it's for sure it's always about people. And I met a couple of years ago one manager. It was Mr. Merker at that time. And he saw my slides, and usually for manager, they don't care about such crazy new ideas. But he was a manager who realized that this is a vision, that is something different, and he decided that we start the collaboration. I think that is quite new, unique in the industry. But we need that kind of managers that realize visions, and I'm very happy to welcome the new manager of that department, Mr. Withing, in an interview this morning. And we have, this is also one of the very important partners. It's the UBports Foundation. The UBports Foundation funded, I think, last year officially, or it was 2 years ago. It's a very, very young foundation. And they after Canonical developed Ubuntu Touch and decided not to maintain it anymore, then the community started up. And they said it's so it should be maintained, because the conclusion of my market research is that we have two mobile operating systems that are mature enough for the market. That is Sailfish, and that is Ubuntu Touch. And for several reasons, we have chosen Ubuntu Touch as a pre-installed operating system, or it's mainly a license reason. But we also push the community port of Sailfish OS. So the UBports Foundation is one of our very important partner. So many community developers helped us and to realize Ubuntu Touch for daily use, pre-installed on a Volla phone. And this is an amazing team that works daily on that operating system. And I'm happy to confirm that our team is also now involved in that general Ubuntu Touch development, not only the hardware adoption for our device. Then we have partners. I need to have a look at we have partners like HideMe. This is our pre-installed VPN. We have a talk with this early afternoon with the community manager of HideMe, partner manager of HideMe. He comes to us here in Remscheid for an interview, and we talk about virtual private networks and why it makes sense. We have other partners like StartMail to go beyond just the focus of a phone, because behind Volla we have a big picture, and therefore we have a partner like StartMail for encrypted, secure messaging. And we have another partner like StartPage. You maybe have realized that in Volla OS there are embedded search engines from the so-called Springboard, and one of them can be, it's your choice, it can be StartPage. It's so the StartPage allows anonymous internet searches using the Google index. And there's also a very nice German search engine. It's a meta search engine, because they're using several indexes, not only Bing, but also Zeit Online. So from that German newspaper and other sources to get search results. And we have new partners like GNU Health, and this I welcome again Mr. Falcon, who visits us today here in Germany, and will present how Volla and GNU Health is related and what we can do together. We also welcome Zukunftscampus. This is also in Germany, in several cities, a network, I would say, of companies from several professions who are thinking about the future, about new ways to make economy and products. And they have network events about education, and this is the main partners. So, für die Deutschen noch einmal, wir haben natürlich Gigaset als Hersteller. Es war nicht einfach, so einen Hersteller zu finden. Wir haben heute Mittag dann ein Interview mit mit dem Manager für den Bereich mobile Geräte in Deutschland, weil immer noch das Hauptgeschäft. Hallo und herzlich willkommen. Ja, wir haben hier noch einen Stuhl da hinten, auch so einen hohen. Perfekt. So, und wir haben die UBports Foundation, das ist die Stiftung mit Sitz in Berlin, aber sehr international, was die beitragenden Mitglieder oder vernetzten Entwickler angeht, die sozusagen Ubuntu Touch weiterentwickeln. Wir haben Partner wie HideMe für das virtuelle private Netzwerk. Wir haben StartMail, die sind erst seit letztem Jahr dabei für sichere E-Mail-Kommunikation, die verschlüsselt ist. Sie verwendet Technologien wie PGP, aber weil das alles schwer ist zu verstehen, ermöglichen die das auch ganz einfach für Konsumenten, wo man auch anderen eine E-Mail schicken kann, ohne dass man PGP-Schlüssel austauscht, sondern der andere greift dann einfach mit einem Passwort auf E-Mail zu. Das Ganze ist kostenpflichtig. Damit stellen die auch schon mal sicher, dass es da keine Spammer gibt auf dieser Plattform und sie verdienen eben nicht Geld mit den Daten. Deswegen ist das auch ein kostenpflichtiger Dienst. Das Gleiche gilt für HideMe, obwohl die noch eine kostenlose Variante haben für alle diejenigen, die sich das nicht leisten können, mit eben begrenztem Datenvolumen. Und ich denke, das ist fair. Wir haben dann noch StartMail für die anonyme Suche, MetaGear, eine deutsche Suchmaschine, heißt eigentlich Meta und Gear für Germany. Und wir haben neue Partner wie GNU Health, da werden wir noch was erfahren, und auch wie Zukunftscampus, ein Netzwerk von Unternehmern in Deutschland. So we also have, I have maybe a too long keynote, let's be a little bit flexible. So we have also resellers. I think this is also nice to have that as a part of the Volla story. That is Urban Bird. Urban Bird is also a reseller that they have a showroom concept for young brands and products, innovative products. So you can test and buy our device in Stuttgart. It's the Milano shopping center there. And we have the latest, in Berlin at Kudamm, in the not far away of the Apple Store. So there you can buy then and test a Volla phone. And they have also until the beginning of July, they have also for a short term, there are you can find us at Bräuninger in Munich. So and we also work now with Otto. The Germans know them, and Kaufland. This is also for the people coming from abroad, one of the major retailers in Germany. And that is also very, maybe the Otto is interesting because they offer some special offerings. I don't know the English word, Ratenkauf, they offer. We have also, that is for the audience that is maybe online, hopefully for all the retailers. We have a partner that is a distributor, that is Telepart. So you can buy and sell our Volla phones regular, as you know, with your IT infrastructure, and you can just order our devices from a professional retailer, Telepart. And we have for the business users in Switzerland, we have Appcom. They offer solutions with a focus on open source in Switzerland from Linux solutions. We have Care IT in Germany. It's a small company that helps small and mid-sized companies to secure their IT. We have Jolla Devices, is a retailer in Italy. Hello, Italy. Maybe some are online. And they also, the name says it, they also distribute sailfish devices with sailfish. Very new, it's Vireo. It's also a retailer in Germany. And we have Tante Emma. This is a small shop for consumers in Switzerland. We have in Belgium a partner, Suun in Denmark. And this is a Denmark, the name says it. It's focused on open source. And we have also EDV Lehmann, and this is in Switzerland. So we are available in a couple of countries, and hopefully that will start. We are urgently looking for a retailer in Bergisches Land, in Remscheid, Wuppertal, or Solingen. And also so if you know, and if some people are watching us, and are interested to sell our devices, you are welcome to participate in that story of success, of that booming demand for our devices. Yeah, and this is a Volla team. The Volla team has grown. I just look at the flags. I think the flags maybe are not so important in particular, but it shows that we are on the one end, we are a local company with local vendors and regional vendors, but also with international team members. And this is, I take it as a gift. And it's so much fun that people that are coming from those different countries, from so different cultures, are working together and with no problems, with excitement, with engagement, with their creativity and their ideas. And I think this is, this is a great motivation for me to see that team. And maybe one flag is rarely new for you. That is with that lion in the middle. That is the flag, by the way, of Remscheid. So yes, Remscheid has its own flag, and we are a proud city in North Rhine-Westphalia. And nice city to visit. So, and with a Median part of the city, and we have a castle next. So it's nice to come visit us, because we also would like to offer more and more services. And next month we will open a so-called Volla bar here right in our rooms. That each day there's someone in the afternoon who welcome users to help them answer questions, help them changing the SIM card or something. Nochmal für die deutschen Zuhörer, wir haben also neben den Partnern auch inzwischen im Handel sehr stark. Interessant könnte es sein, auch für die online zuhören, dann in Berlin und Stuttgart haben wir Händler, nämlich einmal auf dem Kudamm in Berlin und im Milano Shopping Center in Stuttgart und noch für eine kurze Zeit in München im Bräuninger. Und dann gibt es auch inzwischen auf Otto und Kaufland. Otto bietet auch Ratenkauf an, alles auch für diejenigen, für denen das Volla Phone erstmal preislich nicht so passt, und können da bequem auch bestellen. Und wir suchen auch immer noch nach Händlern in Deutschland. Wir wachsen. Wir hoffen, dass wir auch bald den Sprung sozusagen in Osten und in Westen finden, um unsere Geräte zu verkaufen, und brauchen dort Distributoren. Wir brauchen Händler, gerne auch in Remscheid und Umgebung. Und so wächst das Ganze. Wir sind inzwischen in einem Händler in Belgien, in der Schweiz haben wir und auch bald in Dänemark. Das ist ein junger Start-up, das dort tätig ist. Und hier sind die Flaggen von unserem Team. Ich bin wirklich stolz drauf. Für mich ist das ein Geschenk, eine Motivation, dass Menschen aus so vielen Ländern, so vielen Kulturen zusammenarbeiten mit dieser Begeisterung und um etwas Großartiges zu schaffen und zu leisten. Und ja, und diejenigen, die hier aus Remscheid oder Umgebung kommen, werden die Flagge von Remscheid wiedererkennen. Okay, let's go to the mission. The mission is in one word, one sentence: freedom by simplicity and security. I need to have a look at the watch, the clock, because I'm usually talking more than I planned. So yeah, this is what is the motivation for that claim? I take it with just simple image pictures that explain what I mean. It's about time and attention that modern technology requests from the people, and you all need that you see or know that images where people are on the street, in the bus, in the train, and at the table during the meals. They're looking at their smartphones, and they are living in a virtual world, because the user interface, the operating systems are made to request the attention and time of the people instead of what matters in life. And it also becomes more complex. The iOS, it's a brilliant engineering. It's brilliant engineering, and it's a most modern technology inside, using artificial intelligence. But it also became complex, and it's even exhausting to represent the operation system and all the feature in mind. And this is it comes, I think, obvious, and this is a motivation to make something different. And also the paternalization. So you can't operate an iPhone or iPad without registering to an Apple account. You can do it for a Google stock Android, but then you have always that annoying knock, that annoying message that you need to register to a Google account. And also, you have the Google Play services, and Google is on board, and you have the link to the Google Cloud. And there's surveillance from big tech, from companies that are interested to get your data to provide better products. But I also took a picture from that book of that most people know. The surveillance goes beyond economy. And I would therefore, it's time for something different, and this is more important than ever, I think. And I can't do that in depth. We can discuss it. We have enough time in the breaks today. I just will give you some inspiration. And I ask all the people that are interested in that information to have a look at that official sources from the European government or the European Union. That is a document that I've quoted also last year. It's about smart city, that was published by the Ministry of Umwelt, environmental ministry, Umweltministerium, and they explicitly announced a post-vote and a post-choice society because of artificial intelligence based on the data that is gathered by modern systems. So read it yourself. You don't believe it until you have downloaded and read it. There's another document that was published by the Ministry of Education, Bundesministerium für Bildung und Forschung. And this is also an official document. Again, you won't believe it until you read it. And they're announced a kind of, here are the quotes. They announced a social credit system like China for Germany in 2030. You don't believe it until you have read this. Official documents you can download from the Ministry of Education. And I just give you some inspirations. That is our next document. Also, you can download. It's the Digital Service Act that is currently under discussion. It has a large story. It was announced also earlier, and there are some quotes here. There are some advice or law for platform operators that should be forced, action mechanisms, so automized mechanism to control the content on their platforms. So that and so also need to grant access of third parties that may decide what's illegal or not. And here it's more precise. They introduced so-called entities of member state authorities that are not voted or something else. We are in a post-vote society. That are authorities that should then decide what's illegal or not. And we can get in some other quotes what the European Union think should be illegal. It's quite interesting what they say, that publications that have an impact of public health. What should have an impact of public health? Yeah, maybe some of the audience may have an idea what they mean and what they would like to forbid. And here's another quote. Yeah, that is algorithms, so automatic algorithms of artificial intelligence, so that go into each publication and then maybe kick off whatever the algorithm says it's not, that shouldn't be published. So it's a kind of, make your own conclusions. And I just give you the inspiration to give you an idea that what we are talking about to protect people's privacy and freedom is not nice to have. It's not that we are bothered by advertisers. And here, this is what we are standing for. This is a quote of the fundamental rights that are published by the European Union. And that is what I myself and the company is bounded to. We are bounded, we are based on the fundamental rights. It's maybe a little bit old-fashioned to do so, but we still think we should protect our fundamental rights. So the big picture then is twofold: enabling a free society, and that have two pillars. That the first is to secure an independent infrastructure, and maybe the second, secure and independent currency. So, and that are with no control, no manipulation, and no sanctioning from third parties. This is a big picture, and the Volla Phone and the Volla OS is a piece in that puzzle. And now you see why it is so important to have an alliance of companies that are contributing with other pieces to that puzzle. And that I think this is very important. This is a big picture behind the Volla, and you can expect further products. So, nur mal für die Deutschen. Ich hatte eben mal einige Schriften von dem Bundesministerium für Umwelt, Bundesministerium für Bildung und Forschung und die Europäische Union, insbesondere den Digital Service Act, zitiert. Es lohnt sich einfach mal zu lesen, ihre eigenen Schlussfolgerungen und Bewertungen vorzunehmen. Und es ist für mich eine Motivation, dass es wichtig ist, die Grundrechte, die in der Europäischen Union auch in der Grundrechtecharta verankert sind und auch Teil des Grundgesetzes der Bundesrepublik Deutschland sind, zu schützen. Und ich glaube, dass das für die Zukunft auf zwei Säulen stehen wird, nämlich einmal eine unabhängige und sichere Infrastruktur und auch eine unabhängige und sichere Währung. Großes Thema. Kann ich jetzt hier nicht so darauf eingehen, aber das ist das große Bild. Und mit unabhängig sicher meine ich, es ist nicht manipulierbar, nicht sanktionierbar. Es ist natürlich auch ausfallsicher. Und dass der Schlüssel zu allem, zu vielem ist einfach die auch in der Technik und auch in der Gesellschaft Dinge zu verteilen und nicht zu zentralisieren. Und das gilt ganz besonders für die Technik. Es war ursprünglich auch das Internet ja so entstanden, etwas Ausfallsicheres zu machen. Die DARPA, die es in den 60er Jahren entwickelt waren, hatte damit vielleicht keinen guten Kontext, aber es geht darum, etwas ausfallsicher zu machen. Und das ist, glaube ich, die technischen Implikationen, the technical implementation are a distributed encrypted edge computing. What does it mean? This is a processing of data where it is required, where it is used, and also that the owner of the data keeps the user itself. And you needn't pay something for storing your photos or to communicate with your friends. So you are the owner of your data, and that is also the key. So die Schlussfolgerung von dieser verteilten Infrastruktur, die sicher ist, nicht manipulierbar oder auch ausfallsicher ist, das kennt man ja in vielen Dingen, ist eine verteilte, verschlüsselte sagen wir mal, Infrastruktur, Cloud, und das ist, wo dann auch die Daten dort verarbeitet werden, wo sie entstehen. Mit einem Smartphone ist heute so ein starker Computer, der kann so vieles tun. Wir brauchen nicht die Cloud, um die Helligkeit von einem Foto zu verändern oder so etwas oder einen Text zu schreiben. Also das sind die Dinge. Das ist übrigens auch ökonomisch und ökologisch. Es ist nicht ökologisch, große Rechenzentren zu betreiben, nur um eine Datei abzuspeichern oder ein Bild zu bearbeiten. Wir haben genug Kraft in den lokalen Endgeräten. Das vielleicht auch nochmal zu diesem Thema. So that's the big picture, and so the Volla Phone is part of that. Yeah, I'm over time. I think we have some more time to introduce the Volla Phone 22 after a short break. I will go back to the new stuff of Volla Phone 22, but I will skip something and start with the hackathon, because in 5 minutes we expect some live greetings from our retailers. Let's see whether it works. And then you can also see live with where our phone is, where you can test and get our phone. I don't want to, before I start after that small break and greeting, I introduce the Volla Phone 22. I would invite the community developers that are mainly online all over the world to start with the hackathon. So the hackathon we have 2 challenges, but we are a community. So bring your idea in. If you have any idea, how can we improve the Volla OS? How can we improve Ubuntu Touch? So, bring it in, make a proof of concept, and present it tomorrow after the lunch break. And we decide in the community who will be the best. And we have at least 2 Volla phones that we will give for free. It's a Volla Phone 22 you can choose, or if you like, you can use the Volla Phone X, the robust, sporty device that you can take for vacation and watch videos under the water. So if you like, or play games or yeah. And we have 2 challenges we think that are worth to be implemented. We would make it the VPN as easy for Ubuntu Touch users as it is for Volla OS users. We would like to have a simple app where you can activate the VPN. And no need a technical background, you need to set up the VPN. And there are some open source project out from the HideMe, and you can use that open projects that you find on, I think, GitHub, maybe also GitLab, but you easily find it in seconds. And they have some scripts, that's our idea, that you execute to activate HideMe with a WireGuard protocol. We learned more about that special protocol that is used by HideMe in a specific way this early afternoon, and you can activate it. You can build an easy application around it that people could get from the Ubuntu Touch App Store, and then just activate VPN to protect their privacy or to see content that is forbidden in Germany, European Union, or wherever you are. All over the world, the governments thinks that some content should be published and some not. And the second challenge is that we think that the springboard that I will introduce later again is a concept with a huge potential. And if you understand that feature, you will get your own ideas immediately. And we think the Volla launcher should become a kind of plug-in structure, like Alexa skills, where third-party developers can contribute with skills to make it more smart. I think the Volla phone with Volla OS is really a smartphone, not like the other they call a smartphone, but they're not smart. They are devices with a bunch of apps. And we think with the springboard that anticipates what users would like to do if they start typing, and in the future you can also speak and imagine that the device anticipates what I'm doing. And and think about how can you extend the Volla launcher with skills, and maybe you have a proof of concept and ideas for that, and you work on it, and you can present it next day. We have already some constraints. So if you present something, if it's a concept, and it should be under Creative Commons, and if it's some source code, it should be under open source, so we can share, we can view the results and can see the results. But I think that is anything that is already something you would expect. And if you have just a concept, share our slides with you so we can publish your idea after the conference like we have done last year. You find a lot of slides of that from last year. Okay, so that before I come back, I think let's have a look whether we have a contact to the store. Who is the first store that is online? It's Stuttgart. Okay, so I would like to say welcome Stuttgart, and hello, and how are you, and how is it in your store? Maybe you can introduce yourself.
Hey, hello, I'm Dean from Erleben Sie, Stuttgart store. Yeah, and thank you for your invitation. I would like to show you a quick viewing about our store. Then we come to our special product, of course, the Volla phones. Yeah, just take a look around. So that's our store. So here we have like our fitness section with the fitness bike, like a rowing machine, the oil massaging products. We have our e-bikes. Here we have our music speakers. Can you see it? So like here's our cleaning section with air cleaner, air purifier, and then now we come finally to our sensational Volla phones. So yeah, we have
So,
Volla
and
Phone X
can
here.
you tell me about your location? People can find you in a shopping center, right, in Stuttgart.
Yes, it is in our shopping center in Milaneo, Stuttgart. Yeah, our store is located in the Milaneo. It's a big shopping center in Stuttgart, the biggest one. And yeah, just we will be happy if someone is a customer come and just enjoy the Volla phones and enjoy our store.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to join our conference and present your store. Thanks, and have a great day in Stuttgart.
Thank you for your invitation. We would like thank you a lot about your good work from Volla Phone. We are really very happy to have you as our brands, and yeah, have a nice day.
I
And
think
thank you.
we can already announce that we would like to organize a pickup day so
Yep.
that people can pick up the Volla Phone 22 in the store instead of buying it here online. So it will be as soon we have launched the Volla Phone 22.
Sounds good. Sounds very good. Okay.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Have a nice day. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, great. So let's see whether we have Berlin in the pipeline. Not yet.
We do have a question. So one viewer from the stream is asking if the Volla phone is only black, red colored, and what about Ubuntu Touch?
Yeah, so I'm not ready with my with my keynote. I can answer that quite easy. So here is it's not ready of production. This is the Volla Phone 22. It's one color. It's correct. One color is black. It is in a very shiny, nice piano optic. And with lenses that are flat on the surface. So das ist das eine Volla Phone Modell in Schwarz mit eingelassenen Linsen und mit Glasrückseite. Und es ist sehr, sehr elegant, liegt sehr schön in der Hand. Und wir haben das zweite Volla Phone in einem frischen Weiß. Das ist ein Muster erst nochmal, ein Vorserienmodell. Und das heißt, das Serienmodell bekommt noch einen weißen Fingerabdrucksensor mit einem schönen silbernen Rand, sodass das auch sehr harmonisch wirkt. Wir haben an der Seite dann diesen roten Button, die rote Taste, mit dem man das Gerät ein- und ausschaltet, und weiße Tasten für laut und leiser. Und diese rote Taste haben wir auch bei dem schwarzen Gerät. So we have also a white model. So this is a serial model that and the serial model that will be produced in the next month has a white fingerprint sensor and a silver border around it, and with that nice Volla logo. And you can order and pre-order the devices right now. Sie können das Gerät vorbestellen, bereits in unserem Shop für die Kunden in der Europäischen Union und den sogenannten EFTA-Staaten, also Schweiz, im Wesentlichen Norwegen, Liechtenstein und Was haben wir denn noch? Das haben wir Island. Ja, da haben wir aber noch keinen Anwender. Mal schauen, wann der erste aus Island bestellt. Allerdings auf Jamaika und überall so. Und alle anderen Kunden können dann, und natürlich auch alle europäischen Kunden, können uns unterstützen auf Indiegogo. So you can pre-order the devices as if you are a European citizen in our online shop, or if you're living outside of Europe, you can back our Indiegogo project. You find the link on our homepage. You can easily also find it via search engine, and you can select a reward for backing that crowdfunding project if you are living in the USA or something else elsewhere. You can order it with Ubuntu Touch or Volla OS. You have these two options with a pre-installed system. And if you pre-order it with Volla OS, you will get the multi-boot feature that I will introduce. With a multi-boot feature, you can install easily, similar as you install apps, another or a third operating system. Yeah. Berlin is online. So great. So I say hello, Berlin. And thank you very much for joining our Volla Community Days. And you can introduce your store.
Yes, I will. Greetings from Berlin, from the latest store here at the Kurfürstendamm 38. We have, as you can see, everything that you need. If you want to get a hands-on experience on the Volla Phone, then feel free to visit us here. Or if you're living in that area or just on vacation, please feel free to visit us here. So this is our store. We are more or less like a marketing and experience platform for brands as well as for Volla. From startups until to brands that are well known, we offer a space to rent for 3 to maximum 6 months to get a feeling how the product is working out in offline retail.
Perfect. And you are located quite in the center. Maybe you can tell us how people can find you.
Yeah, as I said before, we are in Berlin at the Kurfürstendamm 38. So it's the main shopping area in the west of Berlin, and you cannot miss us. Actually, we are a store at the corner. A lot of windows, so window shopping is also well known here. So feel free to jump in if you like.
Yeah, and we can announce that as soon the Volla Phone 22 will be available, we'll have a pickup day in your store, and I think this will be a very happy event. And soon, I think you are also participate in the this
Green Tech Festival.
That expo. And
yeah.
you have also a booth there. So if someone is interested in that expo, you can also find a Volla Phone there.
Yeah, the expo is called Green Tech Festival. Is at the old airport Berlin-Tegel. And if you're visiting that one, feel free to join us at our stand, and you're very welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. Have a nice day.
You too.
Enjoy the weather. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Enjoy your community today.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Perfect. So you have seen that in live. And if you visit Berlin, visit our store, say hello to that nice and friendly team. And or if you have people, friends that are living in Berlin or Stuttgart, tell them that they can have an hands-on view on that device. Okay. Also wir machen die volle Reparatur für 110 € einschließlich Versand in Deutschland. Wenn jemand im Ausland sozusagen wohnt, das vielleicht noch dazu, kann eines unserer Partner sozusagen besuchen und dort das abgeben. Der Herr Zavirucha, der hier auch heute ist aus dem Kundendienst, würde dann die Adresse weitergeben. Wir verkaufen dann auch schon mal ein Display ins Ausland, wenn der Versand zu kompliziert wird, sodass Sie einfach in Ihrer Stadt zu jemandem Reparaturdienst gehen können und ihn bitten können, das einzubauen. Das kommt dann ein bisschen günstiger. Das bieten wir auch an. Und in Deutschland gibt es in viele großen Städte den Phone Service, phone-service.de, glaube ich, ist das, Phone Service Stuttgart. Der heißt aber nur so und den gibt es auch in vielen größeren Städten. Und da können Sie auch vorbeigehen, das Volla Phone abgeben und Sie bekommen es da repariert. So, ja, vielen Dank. So, and now for the English-speaking audience, it may be interesting if you are living abroad in USA, Australia, or wherever, and the display is broken. We also are able to ship you the replacement part, so you can say, go to the next door's repair service and exchange the display. Yeah, and also we recommend to protect your display with a display protector folio that you can buy in our store. So it helps that you don't have too much scratches and so on, and that also helps you. The Volla Phone X already comes with an additional layer for display protection in addition to the Gorilla 3 glass. Freedom of security and simplicity. We are back. This is a claim, and I would like to tell you not the basics, but what's new. This is a Volla Phone, and you can have your hands on also on our other models. I took it here with me. And let's give you here simplicity. What does it mean? It means minimalist, ergonomic, comfortable, also Minimalismus. Also was heißt Einfachheit? Nicht, im Deutschen kennt man ja auch das Wort simpel, eher im negativen Sinne. Also Einfachheit heißt hier wirklich diesen Minimalismus, die Ergonomie und den Komfort in der Bedienung eines Smartphones. Und dafür gibt es verschiedene Konzepte. For that simplicity, we have concepts like the springboard, the collections, and the shortcuts. For the springboard, you know that you have a text field. You can start typing, and the Volla Phone anticipates what you would like to do. It suggests people, contacts from your address book on the device for completion, and then it suggests to call the person. If you type a text, it suggests to send a text message or an email if you have stored an email for that contact. So or you can search the web, you can call a web page, you can add a feed that is subscribed by the device. And we have something new. We have integrated Signal. So if you use a Signal app on your device, you can send the Signal message from the springboard without opening the app itself. And we also are able to capture events. So you can type something like tomorrow, 11 o'clock, dentist, or let's say something more happy, in the 3 p.m. Coffee with Jill or so, and it captured that event in your calendar. This is also new, and this is what I mean for the hackathon. I think so many things would be possible to access it easily without opening an app, about thinking about the complexity of a phone, just doing what you like to do instantly. This is one idea, and we have a lot of ideas that we would like to implement in the future. You can type in something like Remscheid Berlin, and you get the suggestion for navigation or a train connection or something like that. That's I think has a huge potential, and we have and for collections we have so-called, we call it collections, oder für die Deutschen, wir haben Sammlungen. Also ich hatte eben das Sprungbrett, das wir auch so benannt haben, vorgestellt, wo Sie einfach etwas eingeben. Das Gerät oder das System versucht zu erkennen, was Sie tun wollen und macht dann passende Vorschläge und Sie können etwas schnell erledigen und haben es dann auch wieder aus dem Kopf, ohne jetzt eine App aufzurufen und sich darüber Gedanken zu machen. Also das ist das Konzept der Unmittelbarkeit, was ich hier umsetzen möchte. Es soll eigentlich so, will etwas tun, ich setze es unmittelbar um. Und wir haben das Konzept der sogenannten Sammlungen, so that collection of news, that are news feeds that you can subscribe, that are technical RSS or atom feeds. And you can have it here in a list grouped by the source. So you have the recent news of each source, and you can tap on the message or on the logo of the source to get the whole stream or a readability version of the news itself without advertising. Just very comfortable to read. For me, as someone who is visual impaired, it's very comfortable to read news in that view. You have people, it's my favorite feature of the device at all, because I have synchronized more than 2,500 contacts from the server. And some sales guys of us have the same issue. And in that collection, the system shows me only the recent person I have been in touch. So by a phone call or by a message, or just because I have marked that person as a favorite in my address book. So, ich habe hier eine Sammlung von Personen, das ist meine Lieblingsfunktion. Das stellt mir nämlich nur die zusammen, mit denen ich zuletzt in Verbindung stand. Und das ist viel übersichtlicher. Und von da aus, das Ganze ist dann interaktiv. Ich kann von der Liste aus dann die Konversation abrufen. Ich kann von da aus einen Anruf machen. Da tippe ich einfach nur ein bisschen länger auf den Kontakt und dann wird mir mit einem Menü angezeigt, um zum Beispiel die Person anzurufen, E-Mail zu schreiben, was immer ich dann auch tun will. Also es ist sehr praktisch. Und dann haben wir die sogenannten Konversationen, die eben jetzt auch, da arbeiten wir gerade noch dran, auch sogar nicht nur die Kurznachrichten MMS, sondern jetzt auch Signal enthalten. So you have at one place the conversation with Signal and text messages and MMS. I don't recommend to use text messages extensively. It's not private and secure, but you can use Signal, and this is the first step. I think we should integrate more than these channels. And the next is we have so-called threads. In German, it's hard to translate. Wir haben es auch Konversationen, glaube ich, genannt. Oder Haltungen, so haben wir es genannt. Das ist auch ein sehr schönes Wort. Die deutsche Sprache hat ja immer ganz viele Buchstaben und Unterhaltung, und Engländer sagen einfach Thread. So, und da sehen Sie in einem Überblick so, was sind die letzten Unterhaltungen, ohne jetzt Ihre SMS-App, Ihre Signal-App oder sowas zu öffnen. Das ist sozusagen mit einer Geste verfügbar. Auch das wieder das Thema der Unmittelbarkeit, des Minimalismus, eine aufgeräumte Oberfläche zu haben und alles per Geste schnell erreichbar zu haben und dann das Gerät auch wieder wegzulegen. Ja, und then we have a new thing collection, we call it notes. You can enter quick notes on that springboard, some things you would like to remind, and this is stored and you can call that notes right in the launcher with one gesture with the quick menu and shortcut menu, and you can do also some formatting like lists or links And so you talk with someone and you would like to note something, you just type in your Springboard that is available since you have unlocked the device. Also auch hier Notizen einfach schnell anlegen. Man nimmt das Gerät in die Hand, entsperrt es und schreibt dann los. Also man öffnet da auch keine App. Und man hat dann die wichtigsten Notizen auch dann mit einer Geste verfügbar. Man kann wichtige Notizen oben anpinnen in der Liste. Das kennt man von anderen Apps. Was wir neu haben, sind sozusagen die gruppierten Apps. Ist ja auch so eine Art Sammlung. So we have a collection of apps. It's a hybrid system. One gesture, one swipe, you get the grid of apps. And we started to group these apps to have also that minimalism. So if you have more in apps, for me it was too much. So I tried to find a solution with our designer, Mrs. Zirbu. She's our Romanian designer for the user interface, and she's I tell her she's my Jonathan Ive. So and with the brilliant ideas, and she had that idea to group the apps. So we have a group of apps that are based on the statistics. So on top, you have the most used apps right at your fingertip, and the others are a little bit hidden, also with one tap. So die Apps sind dann gruppiert und nach häufig verwendeten Apps und weniger häufigen. Und man kann das dann auch einstellen, dass man sie nach Kategorien sortiert. Wenn man also sehr viele Apps hat, dann gibt es eben Kategorien, die Hersteller einer App ihr vergeben hat. Es gab auch schon die Nachfrage, ob wir das nicht auch frei definierbar machen. Solche Dinge werden sicherlich auch besser und noch flexibler. Wir haben mal angefangen, die Kategorien zu verwenden, die der App mitgegeben werden. Also da gibt es Social-Media-Apps oder Spiele oder Produktivität oder so etwas. Ne? Und dann hat man die Dinge schön übersichtlich hier gruppiert, alles sehr minimalistisch. Das ist dann auch, dass das Design atmet. So, wir kommen zu den Dingen. Wir haben noch Zeit, also zu Rückfragen, dann lassen wir uns auch viel Zeit heute. Ein Tipp zum Thema Sicherheit. Und da ist meine Batterie bald alle, weil die Stecker vom MacBook ausfransen. So, jetzt hat er wieder Strom. So, zum Thema Sicherheit. Das ist ja ein wichtiges Thema. Ich lasse jetzt mal den Unterschied zwischen Daten, also zwischen Cybersecurity, Privacy. There are several topics. They're usually mixed up, and it's worth to differentiate the different aspects of security at all. I just give you a brief overview because this topic is so large, and we could have an own event, a week, to talk about that. And so I'm happy that we have the option that afternoon. I would like to give you some essential security tips for privacy. But I would like to also give you an overview about what we do for security. All smartphone brands and vendors say that they protect people's privacy. That is not wrong, but I think it's important to tell the people what is different, what is totally different to Apple and to an iOS, iPadOS, or stock Android, that the Android system that you get on a phone if you buy it somewhere in the supermarket or the large vendors from the large brands like Samsung. So the first thing is Volla OS and also Ubuntu Touch, no Google. No Google apps, no Google Play services. What many people don't know is Android is not Android. So Android is a base operating system. It's an open source mobile Linux operating system. And if you buy a smartphone with Android, you have a further layer. That layer is not open source, that is proprietary code, that is called the Google Play services. And they have some, it says the names, it has some services, some components of the operating system that that's not evil. It's itself. It provides some convenience for developers and some useful services like Google Maps and Firebase to push notifications. But the disadvantage is that you're always connected with the Google Cloud, and if you use Firebase, then also Google Cloud is used, and you know the Patriot Act in the USA after the 11th of September, and you know the Cloud Act in the USA, so that grants access to security services and organizations to access your data, and so it's not secure by design and by law if a device is strictly connected and can't disconnect it to any cloud. It's not only about Google or Apple. So if you would be connected mandatory to a German cloud, it would be the same. It's no cloud. That means you as a user decide which cloud you trust or which cloud you would like to be connected to. We don't decide what people do with our device. Für die Deutsche, das ist jetzt mal ein Überblick über die Sicherheitsthemen, nur ein Überblick. Das ist so komplex und ich erzähle nur die wichtigsten Punkte. Und ein Punkt ist, cloudfrei bedeutet, Sie können selbst entscheiden, mit welcher Cloud Sie verbunden werden sollen. Das geben wir nicht vor. Wir wollen überhaupt niemanden bevormunden. Auch das ganze Erlebnis, was wir bieten, was ich Ihnen eben vorgestellt habe, ist ein Angebot. Sie können das Volla Phone ganz anders verwenden. Wir haben zum Beispiel einen zweiten Launcher vorinstalliert und dann haben Sie eine klassische Oberfläche, wie Sie das von anderen Android-Geräten verwenden. Auch hier, Sie können das mit der Cloud benutzen, mit welcher Cloud auch immer, Microsoft Cloud, Google Cloud, aber wir sagen, wir überlassen Ihnen die Entscheidung. Und es wird ausgeliefert ohne Verbindung mit einer Cloud und es gibt auch kein Konto, was Sie stellen müssen. Es gibt auch kein Volla-Konto. Wenn das Gerät unser Haus verlässt, wir haben noch nicht mal eine Datenbank mit einer Verbindung von einer Serien- oder E-Mail-Nummer und Ihren Namen. Wir wissen dann nichts mehr, was Sie damit machen. Und so there's also no registration necessary, and we have cleaned services under the hood. That means that is maybe not such important, but we kicked off all Google service requests to Google servers, even on the low level Android open source project. So for people that are interested, we have kicked off the service call. That is, it's not critical, but anyway, we have kicked it off. That the regular calls for the operating system, whether it's online or offline, whether it has network access, and it's usually gstatic.com that is called. And we have established our own server that is hosted by ourselves in Germany. And we also kicked off the SUPL service that is for technicians, for the cracks. So that is used for AGPS, assisted GPS. And you estimate your location to have to make the best selection of the satellite for your position, and we kicked off that Google service and replaced it with one of Vodafone. And we also, the database for AGPS, we replaced it with one from the Mozilla Foundation. I highlighted in bold what's exclusive for Volla OS and for Ubuntu Touch. It's similar. We have user data encryption that is important. This is currently only on Volla OS, but it's on the agenda for Ubuntu Touch. We have for sure an OEM lock. It's important to know it's locked because we are the vendor. We have the production process. The whole production process is in our hands. There are no backdoors, and it's OEM locked. So if you are a developer, you know you can unlock it. It's for sure the bootloader is locked for Volla OS. We have published source code. Last year, we fulfilled our promise that the Volla OS is published. So if you are able, you can build your Volla OS for your own use yourself. Or you can review the code, and we do ongoing. We continue to publish what we are doing to be transparent. It was from a commercial point of view not an easy decision, but I decided to be transparent so people can review our code. They know what we are doing, and we have created free open source apps. So if you get an Android phone, you have Google apps. We kicked off that Google apps that usually needs the Google Cloud and Google service. Otherwise, they don't work. I need to come to a conclusion. We have also offline maps. We have a browser pre-installed that offers plugins with some offline tracker filtering and so on offline. That's important. And we have an app store that allows anonymous downloads from apps that are published at Google Play Store. That has a legal benefit. You are legally on the secure site. Not good idea to have the water here, but it's better to have it not next to electronics. Or you have a Volla Phone X, then you can. Then it's no matter. And we have F-Droid. And the anonymous app store has another benefit. You can see whether an app uses trackers, and you can decide, do I want to use that app or not? And we have a lock-free VPN. We learn more soon about this today. And we are fine-grained security settings. So if you don't allow an app to access camera or microphone, this app doesn't access camera and microphone, and there's no middleware that does access your camera and microphone to breach your privacy. And we have the so-called security mode that is unique and more aspects. So für die deutschen Anwender nochmal, ich habe jetzt mal einen Überblick gegeben über den quelloffenen alternativen Apps, die kuratiert sind, die wirklich nur das tun, wenn sie vorinstalliert sind, wie zum Beispiel Kalender, Telefon, Kamera und sowas. Die tun nur das, was sie tun sollen. Und die sind auch quelloffene Apps. Und wir haben einen App Store für das anonyme Installieren von Apps aus dem Google Play Store. Da stellen Sie sicher, das ist die Originalquelle. Und es ist auch, sind wir auch juristisch auf der sicheren Seite. Und Sie können da auch sehen, ob eine App Tracker verwendet oder nicht. Und wir haben so etwas wie ein Security Mode. A Security Mode is a new feature. It's a low-level component of the operating system that you can activate. And you can lock apps for that security mode. You can define the apps that shouldn't run if the security mode is on, even if that are apps that are usually running in the background. So they are blocked totally. And you can define here domains in a whitelist or blacklist. So you can explicitly define domains or IP addresses that are excluded from your internet traffic or that are included implicit in your internet traffic. So whitelist, blacklist, so Sie können explizit definieren, zu welchen Internetadressen Ihr Gerät Kontakt aufnehmen kann, oder Sie können eine Liste definieren, wo Sie definieren, welche Internetadressen, Domänen oder auch IP-Adressen ausgeschlossen werden sollen. I think it's a good idea in the future to improve also the usability here, to provide some templates, so a list of the common tracker. And the use cases are twofold. So are if you are forced to use for your studies or for your business, to use some apps that have not the best privacy. If you need to use WeChat because you have a Chinese vendor, or because you are a marketeer, you need to use Twitter. That, as we heard, that try to listen to your microphone, even if you don't use it for posting or something like that. You can only then switch off the security mode to use that app for the purpose you have installed it, and then you switch on the security mode and you are safe. This is one use case. And also for apps with tracker, you can use that apps and then you say for the tracker URLs or domains, no, that connection is not done, and I use the rest of the apps with a good feeling. And the good thing is that because it's a low-level component of the Android open source system, you can use it without rooting your device. And you can use it in conjunction with a VPN. Also Sie können sozusagen diesen Sicherheitsmodus verwenden und gleichzeitig auch noch ein VPN, was normalerweise nicht möglich ist, weil Android immer nur ein VPN auf einmal zulässt, also nicht mehrere VPNs. Und es gibt zwar VPNs, die auch das Filtern von Internetadressen zulässt, aber dann ist das wieder ein Dienst sozusagen der serverseitig stattfindet. Und ja, dann muss dieser VPN-Dienstleister eben dann auch mitlesen, was sie tun. Und wir finden, das ist keine gute Idee. Das sollte man lieber trennen. And there's also another use case. This is what's about our children and young people. So you can give if it goes a child to school, you can give it a Volla phone. You switch on the password protected for sure security mode, and then you define what your child can do with the phone. Maybe it can access the internet address from the school or whatever that is useful, but not other web pages a child shouldn't see. And also you can maybe block the App Store, so the child can install some junk apps for gaming and losing time. So this is, I think, also a very important use case, and we hope that we can help to protect children. So, and then we have the multi-boot feature, and then I come to the next point. The multi-boot feature is that you can install a further systems, and I'm glad that the main developer, Mr. Panyo, is sitting here at the sofa, and you can talk with him and call with him. And it's so hybrid, so you can so it's like boot camp for Apple devices. So if you boot the app, you can see a menu. So maybe one or two operating systems you have installed, and then you can choose Volla OS and maybe a second operation system, Ubuntu Touch, and hopefully much more in the future that you can select. And the use cases are that you can strictly separate, for instance, private and business. You have a very strict use of Volla OS for only a few minor apps and very strict permissions you have set for your business. And then for fun, you start your second operating system. You make games and you chat in social communities and so on. And this could be something, or you have explore a new operating system. And I'm pretty sure by this option, it will boost the sales and the users of Ubuntu Touch. That people that know, I don't know it, and it's difficult to switch the operation system or to decide. So you needn't decide. You just install a second operation system like an app, and you try it out, and you will love it. And it's very nice to have it, and I think it will push Ubuntu Touch and also maybe other operating system like Sailfish OS. We have a lot of friends at Jolla that supported us in the beginning, but this is a commercial operating system and it doesn't match yet, I would say, our business model. And we are looking into the future and stay in touch with the people from Jolla, very nice people, brilliant people in Finland. And I know that there's ongoing projects for Manjaro and OpenSUSE, and that also will come. And yeah, for research, just bullet points. You have seen the big picture. And I don't like to make hot air. Ich mag also nicht heiße Luft, irgendwas zu versprechen, was dann nicht erfüllt werden kann. Aber ich möchte Ihnen da mal ganz kurz auch sagen, wir entsprechend des großen Bildes, was ich eben angekündigt habe, denken wir über ein Smartphone auch hinaus. Und es gibt einige Erfindungen und der pfiffige Anwender hat vielleicht auch schon mal im Europäischen Patentamt nachgeschaut und kann erahnen, was da so alles kommt. Es wird natürlich noch weitere Geräte geben, auch nicht nur der Geräteklasse Smartphone. Da arbeiten wir dran, auch im Hinblick dessen, was ich in der verteilten Cloud sagte. Und wir haben dann auch gerade für die verteilte Cloud arbeiten wir gerade auch mit der Ostbayerisch-Technischen Hochschule zusammen am Lehrstuhl von Professor Assmann. Wird gerade auch geforscht und evaluiert, welche Plattform wir verwenden. Wir stehen in Zusammenarbeit, auch in Diskussion mit der Firma Cabit aus Italien. Das ist kein Geheimnis, weil wir dort auch schon mal gemeinsam uns gegenseitig beworben haben. Und ja, und wir forschen auch im Bereich Kryptowährung. So we are also doing research on cryptocurrency because we are currently evaluating CELO with stable coins. That is quite interesting because Bitcoin has a lot of volatility. So up and down, up and down, up and down. And it's like the other fiat currencies. The power is in the hand of an extremely small minority of miners, and it also has a high energy consumption. And all that disadvantage will use alternatives. I think we need to hurry. You know that in 2026, the euro will end up. It's already announced, and we will become the central bank digital currency. It's the Lafarge has already started that currency, so the APIs are in place. But I think the fiat currency won't last since 2026. So it makes sense to look at digital currencies. How can we organize our economy? And last but not least, we also think to become an MVNO, and because to protect the people in the last mile. So we would like to also do what we can to protect people's privacy that is compliant to the law. The vision in the end will see something also a distributed infrastructure like that we can easily implement for storage or some services. Maybe someone have already heard about a project like Halium that offers that we don't need anymore German Telekom or Vodafone. The future is, I think, also a distributed network for mobile communication that will be private, secure, and maybe for free, like free energy will be. I'm pretty sure that we are running into a crisis, but it's a crisis for a better time. I'm pretty sure, because on so many areas we have initiatives, networks for technology, and the technology is in place. So this is an outlook. We have already talked about the hackathon, and so I'm over the time. And for some minutes, and let us welcome our next guest. Our next guest, it's from the Ubuntu Touch, Ubuntu UBports community. He's introduced as a senior community developer, and I'm very happy that he spent his time at the weekend to join our community days and give us a short inspiration about Ubuntu Touch. And we have a small talk then about it. And so, hello, Mr. Leber. Thank you for participating. And thanks for your patience. I'm over the time. And yeah, it's your stage. And maybe you can give us some inspiration with a small presentation about Ubuntu Touch.
Does it also annoy you how much time you spend on your smartphone, all the notifications, the countless apps? Are you also tired of big tech and security agencies watching you, what you do, where you go, who you talk to? Then we have good news for you. The new Volla Phone 22 for your freedom through simplicity and security.
Hello, Dr. Wurzer.
Hello.
Thanks for giving me the stage. Wonderful presentation so far. I was listening in since, I don't know, pretty much more than half an hour. Yeah, I want to give a short talk about Ubuntu Touch and the UBports Foundation. I will just try to upload my slides here. This is actually the first time that I'm trying to do this in StreamYard. Let's see if that works. Let me tell you, yes, I'm senior community member, senior developer. I was also in the board of directors until recently. I will talk about this in a few minutes. So yeah, let's see. Now only the question is, how can I get those slides on the screen? So, can you actually put my slides up? Yeah. Oh, thank you. Very good. So, my statement for this year's presentation, and I was so lazy to just copy parts of the previous year's presentation because it has so nice colors, is basically Ubuntu Touch in 2022. So, the world in 2022, I think all of us agree that we wouldn't have expected that there are so many events ongoing since Corona and Ukraine war and increase of costs everywhere and inflation and a lot of that stuff. And many of us feel a little bit insecure and clueless what will happen next. And we all would like to turn back the clock, but actually time is still passing and we are moving forward. So Ubuntu Touch is still not dead. And this is just a joke with the last year's presentation where I showed a slide that was called Ubuntu Touch is not dead. Because after Canonical has stopped development of Ubuntu Touch in 2017, this is already now 5 years ago, people were often asking what happened to Ubuntu Touch, and they didn't even know that there was a community effort, and now already a UBports Foundation that was funded to carry on what actually was left behind. So yeah, 2022, we are still not dead, and we are still more alive than ever. And here I put a second sentence on that slide from last year, but a little bit more silent right now. And there are certain reasons why it's a little bit more silent at the moment, and we are not boasting with news every other week or so. But I'll try to explain reasons for that. So my title is Ubuntu Touch in 2022, and basically I would also do a little bit talk about how did we do since the last year. And there are ups and downs from that last year, but also influences and things that happened already in the years before that led to advantages for us and also some disadvantages, of course. One of the ups that I'm really proud of is that our app ecosystem keeps growing. So there is still a lot of apps being created, even native apps, not only web apps, so that there are more options for users to have alternatives to an official Android or iOS app. We have still, of course, a lot of apps that are only available on the Android and iOS platform and not on Ubuntu Touch, because of the way how the vendors of those apps and the operators of those services think. They wouldn't consider Ubuntu Touch for developing a native app only. We are actually talking here and there, and we recently got information that Thunderbird is interested in helping us to make a native Thunderbird for mobile app. And they now have merged actually K9 into their ecosystem, so that will be very interesting. That would be something for the next year probably, to help us get a real cool email client into the platform. We have one email client, Deco 2, but it's always good to have alternatives. And we will see later a bit what alternative means for us as an operating system. So there is steady investment into our 2004 mission. 2004 mission means we are upgrading our base operating system from the old 1604 Xenial base of Ubuntu, what was released in 2016, and it's very old now. And we decided to skip actually 1804 stable LTS release, and we go directly to 2004. And that's a huge thing, and I will talk about the details, why it takes so long, and what we are doing on this, and how we try to get forward with this a little bit later. We are still also maintaining in parallel the old 1604 base, of course, we have to. We're bringing small new features now and then. We're trying to repair stuff that once worked. We're trying to fix stuff that is annoying. So it's not that we invest all into this big upgrade to the 2004 platform. We also try to keep the users supported and more or less flying when they still have just access to the old version. One big thing for the foundation was that the new board of directors and membership committee have been elected recently. I was in the board of directors until this event, but I'm no longer there. I have to a little bit cut back my investment in some areas because I simply did too much, as many of us. And but you will still see me around. The next thing is my personal feeling. Where are the downs of the last year, but also from time before already a bit? We lost contributors. So it's no wonder that the project is running for some years now, that people that initially helped out and were enthusiastic to contribute to the operating system, they got a little bit into different life situations. They had to deal also with Corona, with all the limitations, and some of those people just didn't find the time anymore to continue contributions. And I see it for myself. I have 2 children now. When I started to work with Ubuntu Touch community, I had 0 children, so that's life is just changing, and the priorities can shift. But we hope also to get new contributors. We are doing quite well in some areas for the app development, for example. We would like to see more developers interested in helping to support the core operating system. Then there is the Halium project. Short explanation: we need the Halium project to be able to talk with the Android layer that is below Ubuntu Touch. And Ubuntu Touch is running a small Android container to access all the hardware and to boot into the operating system on an Android-based phone. If you have a phone that doesn't base on Android, and there is currently mostly only the Pine phone and the Librem 5 that could do this, then this is not needed. But for all the Android-based phones, also for the Volla Phone and the X and the Volla 22, of course, there needs to be an Android container that translates into the drivers and the hardware of the Android device. Otherwise, we cannot use that properly. The Halium project was meant to be actually cross-operating system platform for unifying that access and to make a bigger base so that we have an easier life with that. And there were a few operating systems that were hooking into that and saying, okay, yeah, we will come together on this place, develop Halium for everyone. But it then turned out to not be so easy, because still, even it should be in standardized access, we have to do certain things for a certain operating system there so that it works fluently. And so there were some conflicts between how to solve it for that OS. Ubuntu Touch base was very old. Others had a bigger, had a younger base of the operating system. They needed different things. So basically, Halium is a thing that was not so interesting for the other projects as we thought. The user base is growing very slowly. I must say, actually, thank you to Hallo Weltsysteme and the efforts of the Volla community, because the people using Volla phones, they are increasing at a much faster rate than all the other phones. And it's probably partially because you can buy the Volla phone in the store pre-installed. It's a major thing for certain users that want to have a hassle-free experience, that they don't have to install the thing on an old phone, on a used phone, or they would buy a new phone in a store and then have to unlock it. They have to basically delete Android and install Ubuntu Touch. It's perfectly possible. We have an installer that is also quite nice, but some people, they still want to have something pre-installed. So I think that's one of the big drag factors why there are so many new users with Volla phones and not so many users with other phones, because it's just, you order it and it's there. But still, overall, the user base is growing very slowly. We would have expected probably twice as big user base as we have now. And so we are still stuck with a few thousand users, probably in the low few thousand numbers. We don't know really how much, because we are not counting those users. We don't track them. But there are certain indicators that we can see that this user base didn't reach the two digits proliferation that we would like to have at this point. And we will think about this, and maybe we can improve that further if we transition to the new 2004 Ubuntu base. We have then also support for maybe newer devices with Android 11, Android 12 base. Maybe that will then take up a little bit of speed. But also that gap towards up-to-date hardware and software is getting bigger, because, as I said, when we are using Android devices, we have to make an adaptation layer in Halium to be compatible with Android. And for every Android version, there is something different that we have to take care of. So Android 9, Android 10 is now quite stable already. The ones before I don't consider right now. So we're working on support for Android 11 devices, but there is already 12, and probably there will be 13 necessary soon. So because Google is pushing so hard on that, we have really hard time keeping up and being on that side of the story that we can support newer hardware immediately when it reaches the market. It's currently simply not possible. At this point, I might want to talk briefly about what Ubuntu, what the UBports Foundation is actually doing in terms of that it's a little bit more than just developing Ubuntu Touch. So the idea of the foundation was to conserve and preserve and further develop the vision of an alternative mobile operating system that is free and open source, that is not tracking the users, that considers privacy and freedom of choice for the users. It's not just about Ubuntu Touch. So the UBports Foundation was funded with a charter of supporting all different kinds of alternative and free and open source development. And our goal is also a wider one. We want to provide our components also for others to use. So it's not that we are limiting on Ubuntu Touch and say only there it can be used. We are trying to bring the things to a state that also other distributions can use them. Maybe even other mobile distributions. It could even end up on the desktop again. So a lot of our parts can be reused in a lot of other projects. That's one of the goals. We are producing software with some small team of paid developers, paid off the donations and contributions from community and some institutional sponsors. And but we are also trying to involve non-paid developers as much as possible from the community that are working there in their free time. And I must say thank you to all of those that invest a lot of their free time on evenings and night shifts to contribute to that, because that's not something that is just taken for granted. For example, there is one thing that Ubuntu Touch has a unique selling proposition, as we say. That is that you can connect external displays to the device if the device has a physical output for that. That can be something that goes into the USB-C port and goes on the DisplayPort adapter or so. And you can also do this basically with the Ethercast protocol that is used by sticks that you put into a monitor, Mirrorcast and so on and so on. The idea is that you turn your device into a mobile workplace with Bluetooth mouse and Bluetooth keyboard. You can then run in a windowed experience on that extended desktop, and you could work like you would work on a mobile laptop or a tablet. And the idea now that I think is so stunning, that since Corona, so many people are in home office, so many people have to work from unusual places, it would be really cool if you just have to take your mobile device, put it to your external screen at home, and you don't have to carry around any heavy laptop or heavy equipment. And why we are doing so much investment into alternatives to Android, because also Android has already experimented with desktop modes and other stuff, is one of my main driving factors is that when I was entering IT worlds long time ago, or let's say over 30 years already, you could buy the hardware, and then separate of the hardware you could buy software or use free software. And on mobile devices, that paradigm somehow didn't work anymore. So what happened is that suddenly you had a bundle between hardware and software that would go together only in that way, and you couldn't separate it. You had to use the software when you buy certain hardware. And I think we should come back to a point that capable hardware that can do a lot of things with powerful processors and memory and storage shouldn't be limited by the vendor just by forcing you into use certain software as the vendor thinks it should be used. You should be able to use your hardware as you like. And if you break your hardware, it's also your thing. Then it's your problem. But not just tell people you can buy this only as a bundle, and that's only how it works. So briefly going for that motivation, what we are working on right now, and this is 100% the biggest part, that is this 2004 upgrade. And the 2004 upgrade is done now by more or less 4 full-time equivalents of developers, which is actually around 13 developers that are working not full-time but part-time, depending on how they can. And there are some highlights already that I can mention here from the development. So, for example, we have Ubuntu Touch 24 working on the Sony Xperia X. There is also an image for the Volla X, as I heard, that is being developed. So we are getting into the area where we can test on real devices what all this 24 upgrade is going to be. What are problems where we have to still do fixes. We are still not there, of course. We think that all the Halium 11 or Android 11 devices that were shipped with Android 11 can receive 24 upgrade quite soon. For example, there would also be the Fairphone 4, the Shift 6MQ, and the Volla 22, of course. And that's why I'm happy to be here, so that we can announce that this phone will get the 24 support quite soon. We need to go this way and go forward to not have to ship old software that actually also doesn't receive any security updates anymore. So we're trying to expedite this, but we have to make priorities. And after that, probably the current Halium 9 and 10 devices, which is the corresponding Android 9 and 10 base, will follow up here. There is, for example, also the Google Pixel 3a. There's a Xiaomi device, maybe the Fairphone 3. And you can see then how we progress through that list of devices when you follow us on our social medias and channels where we will announce all of that stuff. There's still a lot of things to do. The hardware needs to function properly. You shouldn't burn the battery in less than a day and all of that things. We also have renamed the whole desktop environment, what was canonically was calling it Unity 8. We are now calling this Lomiri, And this Lomiri is basically all the things on the screen that is responsible for managing your apps, showing the starters, showing the indicators on top and so on. And that's actually on its way into the Debian distribution. And a lot of transition has been done here already also. In Debian Unstable, you can already find our Lumia components, you can find the indicators, the support for the click apps, and certain apps of our environment are also there already. We are trying actually to put our software into Debian repositories. That might be a little bit wondering for some of you, because if it can be accepted by Debian, you can also install it in a lot of other distributions that are based on Debian. And also Ubuntu is a Debian-based distribution, more or less. So we have quite a considerable effort to package and convert stuff so that it's usable and accepted by Debian, Debian is a really strict distribution. In order to get it in, you need to do a lot for that. But I think it's still worth the effort, because most of the things should be one-time efforts, and from there on we have a just much easier life with that. But then also we can show it to a wider community. We can say, okay, this is in Debian, it was accepted, so the quality of the code is quite good, and we are able to share this with a further community. You could, for example, find parts of Lomiri already in Manjaro. So that's one of the efforts that turned out quite well. All right, and of course, keep our users as happy as possible. This is also something we are constantly working on. What's on the endless backlog? The endless backlog is really endless, because there are so many ideas coming from users that are contributing to our trackers and saying, okay, feature request, and this would be nice, that would be nice. But there are some things that are really hot, and I want to go through this list, which is still not complete. One of the biggest challenges is the voice over LTE and the voice over Wi-Fi support. Because, for example, in North America, the last carrier switches off the support for 3G calls already in July. So unfortunately, currently we don't have the VoLTE support finished on any device. We have to tell those users that they cannot make any calls or receive text messages after July the 1st. And that's really heartbreaking, because we had a small but still thriving community in North America. They will have to see for alternatives, because most of the people still say, okay, after all, this is a phone. I want to make phone calls. I want to write text messages. I cannot just have no calls. You could switch to SIP phone numbers and change your life into that direction, that you use a SIP application on the phone, but that has also other limitations, and some people just don't want to get rid of their phone numbers. Support for that is being researched, and we also made already some experiments or investigations on the Volla Phone. There seems to be a way to integrate this, but resources are lacking here quite much. So we will not meet the 1st of July deadline. This is impossible now. We will hope to keep working on VoLTE support as much as possible. Also for the other devices, it's still unclear. There is also a big difference between what the Volla Phone is doing with the MediaTek chipset, has a completely different approach for VoLTE at what Qualcomm is doing. It's not standardized. Everything is proprietary, not open source. We will have to reverse engineer a few parts. But then on the other hand, it seems that Jolla has actually implemented support for VoLTE in Sailfish OS on one of the Sony devices, as I heard. So we might collaborate a little bit with Jolla to see what parts we can take into consideration. Then, of course, video calls for native apps is long requested feature since Corona. Please, can I have video calling? It works now in the browser, surprisingly well. Hardware acceleration is maybe sometimes getting not so much used because the browser cannot support this very well currently. That means the phone gets very hot during video calls, but at least it works in the browser. Still, for native apps, we don't have much choices here. I would personally like to have it in Telegram client, in our Teleports client, that you can have video calls. But let's see. First, you have to have voice calls. Right? That's also not so easy. There is a feature called Cell Broadcast where you can receive emergency messages, and the European Union wants to make this mandatory way of sending out emergency alerts about some natural disasters, earthquakes, floodings, as well as other problems. I think since we have seen now that there were a few of those occurrences in the last years, that's a feature that we would like to see soon. We have someone working on this already. We will see what's the outcome of that. Yeah, so cell broadcast is a realistic thing that can be finished this year probably. eSIM is also something that we have to support for phones that have the capability of having an eSIM instead of a physical one. It's a small comfort feature, but some providers might refuse in the future to give you a SIM card. They want to register your SIM only with the device and scanning a QR code. Well, it's unfortunately like this. It seems that physical SIM cards are too expensive, or I don't know. But this is not on the board right now. It's just in the backlog. Bluetooth needs improvements, especially for car kits where you cannot pair with every car your device for making hands-free calling. So we also don't understand. We are quite confused. For some cars, it works very well. For others, it doesn't. Also, other Bluetooth equipment doesn't work sometimes. Certain headsets, we don't know if it's maybe correlated with Bluetooth low energy modes or just with our outdated software stack. Power management can always be better. We are still draining more power than Android does on idle. We have to cope with that a bit because we want our users to sustain as long as possible with the phone. Then, of course, policies for apps in background, so that what currently Ubuntu Touch does is as soon as you lock the phone or you put an app into the background, this app is stopped. So when the phone is switched off, like I would have this phone here, it's dark, none of the apps is actually running, only the system parts. And for some applications, that's quite cumbersome. Imagine you have a fitness tracker. You want the phone to track your steps and all of that stuff. And that's currently not easily possible. You can make an exception for apps, but that means to lift all the security restrictions and not only that one that would allow it to run in the background. And we don't want our users to regularly install apps in so-called unconfined mode, where we remove all the restrictions for the app. We want to have a separate policy that says, okay, this app is allowed to run in the background, let's say every minute for 10 seconds or every 5 minutes for a minute, something like that, so that we can clearly see which apps want background activity and how much. Device backup and recovery. That's also something that we are lacking quite a lot. We have an idea, because Canonical had a prototype for a backup and recovery solution. We have an idea to revive that at some point. Because people are migrating now from the old phones to something new, like you buy a Volla phone because your old outdated Nexus 5 is already near to its end of life, and you want to copy all your app data to the new phone. That's not so easy, because we don't have a cloud like Google has already implicitly with their services. We can migrate these things only manually currently. You can use Nextcloud maybe on your own instance a bit, but that's mostly only for the documents and address book, database of the text messages, all of that stuff that is nice, doesn't really go well over Nextcloud into your new device. If we want to have a device backup and recovery solution, that would help a lot. Also for keeping a copy of your most important data when your device just breaks, for example. And what's not on that slide, and I wanted to add, we want to integrate Waydroid into Ubuntu Touch. Waydroid is our Android container that you can run Android apps. That is very nice and cool. It's already working very well, but it has integration problems. It's something that users need to install and reinstall after each update, and there are some features that are not working very well. It's not very power efficient. So Waydroid integration is on our backlog, and we are already working on this also. That's a long list of stuff, and I'm getting already a bit tired of that. I'm going quickly to questions part, and then Dr. Wutz, if you like, you can also ask your questions, of course, because you already said to me you have a lot of them. But we can talk about those things that you wanted or find interesting, but also if somebody on the live chat or in your location wants to have a question now, that's already end of my presentation. Super, and I cannot hear you still.
I think you have everything answered what I would like to add as a question. So I think it's a good idea to have some involvement of the people that are sitting here in the room or online. Maybe someone here in that room would like to ask a question, because that is now the chance. I can announce that I will make a tour and I will present Ubuntu Touch at this afternoon, how to set it up and how to work with it.
Super.
Und jetzt sind auch die Leute, die hier sind, gefragt. Da Herr Leber aus unserem schönen Nachbarland kommt, versteht er auch Deutsch. Also wir können dann auch in Englisch und Deutsch dann Fragen stellen, die er versteht. Und ja, dann Feuer frei. Gibt es irgendwas aus der Community? Noch keine
Thanks,
Frage.
Joseph.
Gibt es hier von den Leuten, die vor Ort sind, die eine Frage haben zu Ubuntu Touch? Ubuntu Touch ist ja das zweite mobile Betriebssystem, das wir vorinstalliert anbieten. Da vorne? Wo? Achso, ich sehe nicht so richtig. Also deswegen immer. Ja.
Wenn ich eine Java-App habe, könnte die theoretisch sowohl auf Ubuntu Touch als auch auf Android laufen, ohne dass da irgendwie viel geändert werden muss?
Ubuntu Touch an sich unterstützt überhaupt keine Java-Apps. Das bedeutet, es kann in diesem Android-Container installiert werden. Da läuft dann ein Lineage OS, das diese App starten kann und verwenden kann. Und hier gibt es nur das Problem der Integration zwischen dieser App und dem restlichen Ubuntu Touch Teil, also Push-Notifications, Kamera, Netzwerk und so. Kamera-Netzwerk funktionieren schon ganz gut, aber zum Beispiel Teilen von Dokumenten, Datenaustausch mit anderen Apps. Wir werden wahrscheinlich niemals die APIs, die Google in Java gemacht hat, in Ubuntu Touch nativ betreiben können. Das ist sehr viel und das ist auch das, wo wir sagen, wir wollen nicht unbedingt hin. Ja. Wir wollen eigentlich diese nativen Apps in unserer Entwicklungsumgebung, die momentan auf Qt und QML basiert, dort wollen wir bleiben. Das ist das, was wir schaffen, wo wir die Ressourcen haben, das auch zu unterstützen. Und je mehr APIs wir sozusagen parallel auf das Gerät bringen, desto schwieriger wird das natürlich, die alle gemeinsam parallel zu betreiben. Das ist natürlich ein Problem, dass diese Java-Apps nicht nativ laufen auf Ubuntu Touch. Der Android-Container ist schon mal eine sehr gute Möglichkeit, weil es gibt sehr viel positives Feedback von Usern, dass das ihr Problem gelöst hat, bestimmte Apps unter Ubuntu Touch nicht zu haben. Ja. Es wird nach wie vor Probleme mit den Banking-Apps geben, dass ich mit meiner Bank Mobile Banking so nicht machen kann, weil diese Apps dann sozusagen die erkennen, dass sie nicht auf einem Android laufen, nativ auf dem Gerät. Da gibt es diverse Sicherheitschecks. Manche M-Banking-Apps funktionieren allerdings, haben wir auch schon positive Berichte. Wir werden sehen, wo Android hingeht. Noch ist es nicht offiziell von uns unterstützt. Wir versuchen es zu integrieren. Es ist auch so ein Community-Projekt. Aber das wäre momentan meine Antwort. Ja.
Kommentar vielleicht dazu. Was wohl funktioniert, sind natürlich Linux-Apps. Es gibt sogar einen Container, der heißt Libertine. Da können auch sogar Desktop-Linux-Anwendungen wie zum Beispiel OpenOffice ausgeführt werden. Und wir haben einige Partner, die diesen Tatsache, dass also Linux-Apps relativ einfach übertragbar sind, nutzen. Zum Beispiel einen deutschen Hersteller, der das Volla Phone X verwendet, um eine Steuerung von Rollstühlen zu entwickeln. Und die haben aber ihr Entwicklerhintergrund ist Linux und können dann das sehr günstig und schnell umsetzen darauf. Und das ist, glaube ich, vielleicht auch eine Sache als Botschaft, dass es vielleicht auch als Entwicklungsplattform für solche besonderen industriellen Anwendungen vielleicht sogar besser geeignet ist als Android. Und wir haben heute Nachmittag auch einen Vortrag, ganz interessant, wo das Volla Phone für Blinde und stark Sehende eingesetzt werden soll.
Vielleicht auch noch eine Kleinigkeit, ich kann nicht sagen, ob man es sieht, aber ich habe zum Beispiel hier auf dem Gerät in diesem Liberty-Container habe ich einfach mal Visual Studio Code gestartet. Das heißt, ich kann hier die eigentlich für den Desktop gebaute Applikation Visual Studio Code auf dem Telefon starten und die merkt das nicht einmal. Also das ist nicht angepasst für Ubuntu Touch, sondern das habe ich, natürlich funktionieren nicht alle Dinge so perfekt, weil man sieht auch, die Schriftarten sind ja klein, verwenden kann ich es hier nicht. Aber ich kann es mit dem externen Monitor verwenden. Also das Interessante ist, man kann eben Desktop-Apps da reinbringen und das erleichtert, das kompensiert ein bisschen das Fehlen von den Java-Apps. Ja.
Kommentar? Ah ja, das ist gut. Und es gibt vielleicht für diejenigen, die entwickeln wollen, den Volla Launcher haben wir auch. Verwenden wir mit Qt und Qt ist auch für plattformübergreifende Entwicklung möglich. Und das wäre eigentlich auch die Botschaft an diejenigen, die Apps entwickeln entwickeln müssen für Unternehmen, für iOS und Android. Es gibt eine sehr tolle Entwicklungsumgebung Qt und es gibt noch eine von Felgo, das ist, glaube ich, ein österreichisches Unternehmen, was das nochmal mehr Komfort reingebracht wird, um dann Apps für verschiedene Plattformen effizient zu entwickeln und dann einfach auszuspielen, so sage ich das mal, für verschiedene Plattformen.
Mhm. Vielleicht könnte ich noch dann zwischendurch mal noch kurz meine Slides haben. Ich habe nämlich noch 2 Folien vergessen, die hinter der Questions-Folie waren. Gutes Stichwort, wir brauchen auf jeden Fall Developer. We really need devs. Telegram Channel UBports _devil. Any interested developers, please join this channel now. Leave it here. And then also, last slide, all our contact information, how to get in touch. Website, Twitter, Telegram, email. Code ist github/gitlab.com. Habe ich auch nicht abgedatet. github/gitlab.com/UBports, wo die ganzen Repositories sind. Translations, Documentation. So sieht es ungefähr aus. One thing that I also wanted to say about this 24 mission, and I forgot maybe before a bit, the start of that huge project means we are now moving more into a distribution ourselves, as we were porting devices before. The whole Ubuntu Touch project grew into a distribution project. And as we don't have so much experience with such a huge code base, our developers more or less found out that they started too many different things in the beginning. So we had too much large iterations instead of small ones. It fussed out a bit into all directions. We really have not thought that it would take so long, and we are still not there to deliver it to the public. So I have to ask our already patient users, of course, to stay even more patient until 2004 arrives. Then the things will become much and more awesome, because we are getting latest software from Ubuntu Touch, from Ubuntu LTS into the phones. We can upgrade a huge amount of components, and also app development will be easier then. Yeah, that's the way it goes. We had to find out the hardware, let's say. It's a big project with, unexpected interconnections between a lot of components that need to be cleaned up, and it escalated and escalated and escalated. There's one more question.
Hello. I have a short question on my first question. So there is no even simple Java engine, OpenJDK, something like that on Ubuntu Touch.
Correct. As I would say, if you just install now, I mean, you could basically install the Java engine when you just go into your phone, you open your shell, you set the root partition read-write, because normally it's set to read only. You could just install any Debian package that enables you to have Java parts. But what those Java parts would need is they would need to talk with our middleware to render graphics, to have graphics acceleration, to interface with hardware, with sensors, with microphone, with camera. All of that needs a specific layer between the Android app, between the Java app. You would have to have some kind of Java middleware that translates into the Android API again, that is on the low level. So that's something that is a huge effort already to maintain for the Qt QML apps, and we would have to have a parallel stack. So I think for the moment, until there are more people that would work on this, this is just not possible for us to maintain and to create even.
Ja, da würde ich dann eher vorschlagen, so eine Entwicklungsumgebung wie Felgo oder Qt Creator zu nehmen, wo man dann sozusagen ja Cross-Plattform entwickelt. Und das machen wir auch so, denn wir haben auch ein bisschen was vor von dem Volla-Ansätzen auf Ubuntu Touch zu übertragen.
Another question from live chat. I'm just so will Volla Phone support it with UD based on 2004? I hope so, actually. So this phone was on the Android 9 base, right? And we are trying to bring support for 2004 for all the phones, starting with the Android 9 base, Halium 9, maybe even earlier ones. We will see how well that goes. But in this case, we are actually translating more into getting those devices updated to the Android 9 base. But yes, I would say this is our plan. Yeah.
Perfekt. Haben wir schon den Herrn Gigaset in der? Noch nicht. Gut. Ja, vielen Dank. Gibt es noch eine Frage irgendwo? Noch nicht? Nee, nicht. Wunderbar. Ja, wunderbar. Dann freue ich mich auf die weitere Zusammenarbeit mit der Stiftung. Und wir werden ja auch bald, wahrscheinlich im August, etwas nochmal zu verkünden haben, was ja auch die Entwicklung einer Plattform angeht, wo Betriebssysteme einfacher installiert werden können und auch sogar parallel laufen können. Und das wird in diesem Jahr noch sehr, sehr spannend, das kann ich versprechen. Und ja, werden wir dann gerade am Nachmittag nochmal die Möglichkeit haben, dann uns Ubuntu Touch anzuschauen. Es sind auch Geräte hier, die Sie dann einfach mal ein bisschen rumspielen können und mal ausprobieren können. Die sind hier auch alle mit dem WLAN schon verbunden. Ich denke, manche haben sogar eine SIM-Karte drin, da können Sie mal mit anrufen und wir können das mal ein bisschen ausprobieren hier alles. Ja, vielen Dank. Dann sage ich, wünsche Ihnen dann nochmal ein ganz herzlichen schönes Wochenende und wir stehen in Kontakt und ich freue mich auf die weitere Zusammenarbeit mit der Stiftung, mit Ihnen, mit all den fleißigen Helfern und freue mich dann auch auf das Volla Phone 22 mit Ubuntu Touch. Da sind wir gerade.
Dankeschön.
Thank you very much and have a nice weekend.
Have a nice community day and also tomorrow have a nice weekend too. We are glad that we found each other and basically Volla Phone boosted our development and our user base since the start, and we were really, really excited how this took off.
Okay.
Thanks.
And also, some of your colleagues from Netherlands has announced to visit us. Is she here already? Marketing.
Eileen is maybe here, yeah.
Yeah. Hello.
Super.
Welcome. So you have the opportunity to talk with an official one from the foundation here in that rooms.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Have a good one.
Enjoy the weekend. Seien Sie. Bye-bye. So.
Does it also annoy you how much time you spend on your smartphone, all the notifications, the countless apps? Are you also tired of big tech and security agencies watching you, what you do, where you go, who you talk to? Then we have good news for you. The new Volla Phone 22 for your freedom through simplicity and security.
Yeah, so hello, we are back at the last part before we start to the lunch break. So I'm very happy to announce to greet Mr. Jörg Wissing from our vendor Gigaset. So hello, Mr. Wissing.
Hello, Mr. Wurzer. Nice to see you. Nice to talk to you. How are you?
Thanks. So we have the international audience here in Šmorhaj. Thank you very much to join.
It's a pleasure. Thank you for inviting me.
Let's talk about Gigaset. Really exciting that manufactures devices, also the Volla Phone in Germany, but the history of smartphones from Gigaset is quite young. Maybe you can tell us briefly about that young history of making smartphones made in Germany.
Yes. Indeed, I have to admit or highlight that the real mobile experience of Gigaset is not that young, because Gigaset has developed from a former Siemens company. So was a part of Siemens in the early years, and for that there was already a mobile phone experience. But you're absolutely right that in these times that were not smartphone. When Gigaset then splitted from Siemens, the company focused on landline phones originally. But for sure, the market for landline phones, where we are market leader, is shrinking, and therefore the company is looking for other solutions, other fields to engage, and one field is also smart home and smart care topics, but also, and that's why we are here talking and why we have a partnership, it's also the smartphone topic. And we started, I think it was back in 2017, we started with the first ideas of producing smartphones or bringing smartphones to the market on our own brand. And in the beginning, it was really kind of sourcing in China and branding the devices and bringing them to the market. But since 2018, so very soon after the first start, we thought about producing smartphones in Germany. Yeah, and that's where we are today. We are the only smartphone manufacturer in Germany, and among only a few which are doing that in Europe, a very few. So, and our smartphones today are made in Germany, and we are currently planning really to widen our lineup and bringing further smartphones to the market.
I had the chance to visit you in Stockholm, and it was impressive. So maybe you can tell us how Gigaset can realize the high quality on the one hand, but also to be competitive, because some people would say, labor costs in Germany are very high. Maybe you can tell us how you can be competitive with that high standard of quality.
Indeed, we are competitive, and that for sure was also a question right from the beginning. Can we really survive in a very strong market? But when you remember back when you visited us, and that's more than 2 years ago, it was before the pandemic situation, but already at that time we had a production here in our factory, which is a combination of human beings, so people, and robots. So, and those robots in the line makes the process very smooth and simple, but also delivers a high quality. We do have a U line, so the production line is when you look from the top, it would look like a U, and product starts right at the beginning on one side, and one one guy or lady of our production is following with one single device the whole U up to the end. And if you're talking about the quality, it's important to know that the quality check is also happening right in that production line. So maybe 1/3 up to a half of the U line is referring to quality checks and to really ensure that the device is really perfect, close to perfect when it leaves the production line. If we detect, and that's possible at any time, if we detect one mistake in the device, it will be picked out automatically from the line, and one service engineer is checking and really fixing the mistake right at the line, so that we really can assure a high, very, very high quality. And that's what I think people combine with a link, with a claim made in Germany. So made in Germany with a high quality.
Yeah, I think it's also a challenge to follow the recent trends on the market, in particular the hardware. What trends in the hardware market for smartphones do you see? And we have Apple on the one hand. Maybe in December there's a Tesla phone announced. So what trends do you see, and how would Gigaset adopt that trends?
Yeah. So currently we see the trends that for sure that the camera is becoming more and more important. People are really looking for good camera performance. For sure, nobody is, or for the daily use, nobody is carrying a standard camera with him or her. People using their smartphones. Another story is wireless charging for sure, and that's what we really brought to the mid-price segment, the wireless charging option together with the NFC, so for contactless payment. So this is all already combined in our smartphones. The screen sizes of the devices are getting larger. We are also looking for the option to bring smaller devices to the market, but that's really a hard topic, because you need to source that sizes somewhere, and Apple is going that direction, and there are only a few sources for smaller sizes, so it's really hard, but we are still looking for that. Yeah, and one other very, very important topic is sustainability for sure. We really look for a plastic or less plastic or no plastics in the packaging. We use recycled paper for the boxes. We also introduced years ago an exchangeable battery, because what people are suffering the most from their older devices is lack of battery capacity. And for our Gigaset smartphones, we have exchangeable batteries, so even after 2 years, when usually the battery is having less power, the user can very easily on his own exchange the battery and extend the life cycle of the device.
Will come with an exchangeable battery, and I think it will be a very interesting story also regarding hardware development. We have started to research on quantum encryption on the hardware, and we are looking forward to go that journey together with you. We also talked about sustainability. I think it's for some of our audience, it may be also very interesting that the social responsibility is also one part of Gigaset. You have a code of conduct for your vendors before it becomes a law by the European Union. Maybe you can talk a little bit about that detail.
Yeah, indeed, we have partners and vendors, and we since years already we are really checking for the working conditions at the vendors. We ask them to really to sign the code of conduct, that it's all done in a proper way, that there is no children work or something like this. Yeah, and that the sources of the material are proper really. And for us as a German, as a European company, this is very, very important. And usually we do audits at our partners. For sure, currently in the current situation, since nearly 2 years, it was very, very hard and close to impossible to get to China from Germany. But we also have an office in China, so that we can let our own people travel to the other companies and check the situation there. So for Gigaset, it's really very, very important.
Yeah, so and finally, if I think back to our collaboration, I realized that it's very flexible and very engaged. Thank you very much for that. Also, maybe what's your point of view if you think on the cooperation with Volla? How do you feel it?
Yeah. So the cooperation, I think it's nearly close to 2.5 or 3 years since we worked together, and that's more or less exactly the time when I joined the company myself. So, and Volla's story was one of my first accounts, if I can call it that way. So we together brought the first Volla phone to the market, and it was really fantastic to see how it develops step by step. So we brought the first Volla phone, and feedback was great. And then we both together we thought about if it could be an option also to have a rugged device. So we found it was really a good one, and so we together launched the Volla Phone X, which I think is also a huge success. And then going also for the Ubuntu story, so it's very a wide range of options we together bring to the public, and it's really exciting to also to see the numbers getting larger, and the media feedback is there, and customers are looking for such alternatives, and we are really happy to go or have started that story with you together and take the next steps.
Thanks. So are there, maybe let's give the community a chance to ask some questions. Are there some questions in the community or maybe in that room? No, I think... eine Frage?
Ich würde die Frage mal auf Deutsch stellen, dann, wenn irgendjemand das nicht versteht. Genau. Können Sie mir irgendwie mal eine Liste geben, oder mit welchen Unternehmen arbeiten Sie noch zusammen bei den Teilen, die Sie verwenden bei Ihren Smartphones?
Das sind chinesische Partner, also die Liste, die machen wir da nicht öffentlich. Das sind chinesische Partner, mit denen wir zusammenarbeiten, lange Jahre schon zusammenarbeiten. Und letztlich ist es ja so, dass wir praktisch in Deutschland Chipsets und sowas auch gar nicht sourcen können. Und von daher haben wir dort in Asien verlässliche Partner, die wiederum gute Beziehungen zu beispielsweise MediaTek als Chipset-Hersteller haben. Wir arbeiten ja hauptsächlich mit MediaTek zusammen. Und da vertrauen wir schon über Jahre jetzt, Generationen hinweg.
Super.
Yeah. It was a question for the list of vendors that is for sure not public, but it was about that there are a couple of vendors in China, and that either have contacts to MediaTek. MediaTek is the main component that we use for that phones. That is correct, right, Mr. Wissing?
That's true, absolutely. Yeah.
What does it mean, produced in Germany? Because it's more assembled, I think, or not? Assembled.
Yes, for sure. It's assembled in. The devices are developed from our engineers together with the partner. And for example, a exchangeable battery is usually not a standard of Chinese smartphones. So that is a feature which is which we bring to the requirement list, and together with a partner we develop the device first of all. Second, as I mentioned earlier, it's simply not possible to source glass or chipset, all those components from local supplier. We would love to do it, but it's simply impossible. So the components are pre-assembled in China, where the supply is. And we then do the assembly here in Germany, the final assembly. And you need to know that the claim made in Germany is depending on the part of the, I don't know the English expression, Wertschöpfung. So the labor which you invest in one product needs to be more than 50%. Yeah, and we really exactly calculate the labor spending on our side, and which is done earlier in China, and we usually reach around 60 or more % of the Wertschöpfung in Germany, and that's why it's called can be called made in Germany devices. Furthermore, the quality checks, which is not even part of the standard calculation, is also done in Germany, and the software topics and so on.
Can you say how many units you sell across the board of smartphones? And the second question, will the Volla Phone 22 have HDMI output?
Well, the exact numbers, I don't know if about exact numbers of Volla phones, but yeah, so we and Germany is our main market, a market share of slightly below 1%, and yeah, for sure we are trying to increase that one.
So for the Volla Phone, I can tell some comments that are very important. So first of all, I think Mr. Wissing can confirm a very important message. For the Volla Phone 22, we have, except of one component that will be exclusively produced for the Volla Phone 22, currently we have all components on site. So regarding the supply chain, we are on the safe side that we can deliver the Volla Phone 22. This is an extremely good news in our times. And also we have other vendors, like for the packaging, that are almost around the corner here in the same city. So we have very good news that we are ready to ship next month. We are a very small company that started without venture capital to be and keep independent, and that for reasons we have limited marketing budgets. Anyway, we have shipped already 5,500, more than 5,500 devices in over 55 countries of the world. And this is, for that young brand, I think, a good news. And we will hope to, we will grow, and we see an increased interest in our product. We finished the Kickstarter crowdfunding project with 1,000% of the funding goal. and it's 4 times more than last year. So that's the good news. So that was the number of devices, and the second one was? Ach so. So how many? Yeah, it's 1% of the market. About, I think it's a 6-figure digit or something like that. Can you say, Mr. Wissing, something about market share or number of devices Gigaset is selling?
It's between 150 200,000 devices, more or less, which we ship to the market. And if you see, the German market is around 22 million devices, which is our main market. So it's around that number of 1%. And I think you know that most of the market is covered by 3 big brands, and that's 85%. And all the other brands, among them Gigaset, are fighting for the remaining 15%. And we are really developing very, very good. And what I wanted to mention also with regards to the Volla Phone, I think one important area besides the consumer is also the B2B. And this is where we are engaging very, very strong currently or meanwhile. And we see that companies are very open for alternatives to the usual devices and usual manufacturers, that they also like the flexibility of made in Germany production. And for the Volla Phone, I think that they are interested in also alternatives with regards to the operating system.
Yeah, we hear about that this afternoon more. Thank you very much for joining the conference, Mr. Wissing. I'm looking forward to our further collaboration, and I wish you now a happy weekend, and see you soon.
Thank you very much. It was really a pleasure. And I'm looking forward to our next or ongoing cooperation, and to you and the participants. Good luck. Have a nice day. Have a nice weekend, and take care. Bye-bye.
So, wunderbar. Wonderful. So before we start in the lunch break, we would like to have 1 hour. We have prepared something to eat, to drink. So you are welcome to network to each other. But I think Volla is really a brand about feeling better, of minimalism, about different, to focus on things that matters. And that for that reason, I would like to start in lunchtime with a musical inspiration from our team member, Mrs. Funk. Hello. And on her violin, some of you maybe already know her with email exchange. She's involved in the Semesterferien, in the time between the terms at the university, to help us in sales and in marketing and support, so in all this different stuff. So, ganz herzlich willkommen, Frau Funk, die uns auch häufig hilft, und manche kennen sie vielleicht schon in der Korrespondenz, und ich möchte sie gerne in die Mittagspause schicken mit ein bisschen Inspiration und ein bisschen Musik. Hello, and it's your stage.
Does it also annoy you how much time you spend on your smartphone, all the notifications, the countless apps? Are you also tired of big tech and security agencies watching you, what you do, where you go, who you talk to? Then we have good news for you. The new Volla Phone 22 for your freedom through simplicity and security. Does it also annoy you how much time you spend on your smartphone, all the notifications, the countless apps? Are you also tired of big tech and security agencies watching you, what you do, where you go, who you talk to? Then we have good news for you. The new Volla Phone 22 for your freedom through simplicity and security. Does it also annoy you how much time you spend on your smartphone, all the notifications, the countless apps? Are you also tired of big tech and security agencies watching you, what you do, where you go, who you talk to? Then we have good news for you. The new Volla Phone 22 for your freedom through simplicity and security.
So let's start. Play something. What is your name?
Von Bach.
Does it also annoy you how much time you spend on your smartphone, all the notifications, the countless apps? Are you also tired of big tech and security agencies watching you, what you do, where you go, who you talk to? Then we have good news for you. The new Volla Phone 22 for your freedom through simplicity and security.
So thank you very much. And let's go on with the Volla Community Days. We will start in the afternoon session with an interview, and we have. I'm very happy to welcome Mr. Šmorhaj from Hide.me, so our partner for VPN. And Mr. Šmorhaj, maybe you can come here next to me on this sofa. Yeah, here you are. Thank you very much for coming. And so let's take the chance to chat and talk about a little bit about Hide.me. And I had prepared some questions, and we take the chance to get questions from the audience here in Remscheid or online. Ja, willkommen dann auch nochmal in Deutsch für die Nachmittagsprogrammteil. Den starten wir sozusagen mit einem kleinen Interview über Hide.me, unserem VPN-Anbieter. Und ja, dann gibt es auch wieder die Gelegenheit, da mal nachzufragen und in Englisch. Und ja, Sie verstehen ja auch Deutsch. Das ist ja auch dann kein Problem, sodass wir dann Fragen für alle so ein bisschen entgegennehmen.
First of all, thank you very much for inviting me. I'm very pleased to be here. We have partnership already for some time, and we are very happy to be second time on the Volla Community Days. I think first time was 2019 or something, and to have the chance to present Hide.me or eVenture company behind Hide.me, as well as the service itself, and how it can benefit Volla community, but all together in other aspects of the everyday life. Okay. Noch einmal auf Deutsch. Ich muss sagen, Deutsch ist nicht meine Muttersprache, deswegen, wenn da kleine Fehler sind, entschuldige ich mich. Dankeschön für die Einladung. Wir machen schon eine Partnerschaft fast, glaube ich, von Anfang von Volla Geschichte, und wir sind froh, dass wir diese Chance bekommen haben, die Hide.me als VPN-Anbieter und eVenture als die Firma dahinter zu präsentieren, und dass wir hier auf eure Fragen Antworten geben können.
Und es gibt auch noch eine schöne Ankündigung. There's also a nice announcement that everyone who participates online or offline in that community days, we have prepared a voucher for a discount for the premium VPN account.
Yes. As you mentioned, everybody who is online participating, also offline, can receive from your side the activation code for 1 month for Hide.me premium service to test and see the benefits and how they maybe can benefit from the VPN in the everyday life.
So maybe we have a lot of experienced people here in the audience, also online, but we have also some users. Some people are just interested in alternatives to Apple and Google. And so maybe my first question is a very simple one. VPN, Virtual Private Network, for which use cases do you think it's worth to use a VPN? So die erste Frage, ganz einfach, für welche Anwendungsfälle raten Sie eigentlich ein VPN zu nutzen?
So, as you mentioned, VPN is virtual private network. It's a basically connection between two devices. In this context that you mentioned, the Hide.me VPN is in context of a mobile phone, can be mostly used when you're using a hotspot in different hotels and open networks, where you don't know who is sitting and managing that network that you are connecting over Wi-Fi. There is lots of way this traffic can be overtaken and later analyzed, and by using a VPN, Hide.me or any other, you are simply building a tunnel between your device and the hide me in this case, where all the traffic is encoded and encrypted and go to this tunnel. That means the ISP or the VLAN network provider doesn't see anything except one tunnel between your device and our server. And you are existing in the world through our server, wherever this server is located. That means if you are connected to VPN in Germany or server in Germany, you are entering the world from Germany. It doesn't matter where you are. But the most use cases are assets for hotspot security. Also, in the restricted regimes, if you want to have anonymity and you want to have freedom of speech, and you don't want that everybody, if you post something or some forums and something, that someone knows where you are coming, what your real IP is, and who you really are. Because, for example, we have now experience with the crisis that is happening right now, that the Russia has blocked almost all internet traffic or access to any foreign media. And the only way how to overcome that is to use one or another VPN provider to go to the systems and access the open internet, I would say like that. As well, there is some use cases for gaming where the gaming community use VPN to get better access, better ping, and everything to the game. And it's also content accessibility, because some content are not available from some countries. It can be streaming as best example, but doesn't need to be streaming. For example, you have some news outlets and something that is available only in one particular country. And if you're not located there, you cannot access such information. And VPNs allows you to the use of VPN and connection to the server in that country to access such information. This is most basic explanation, but I think it gives good overview what VPN can do.
Yeah, also, Hide Me is quite interesting regarding the location of the company. Maybe you can tell something about the company behind Hide Me. You already mentioned a name, eVenture.
Yes. The Hide Me was incorporated 2012. The headquarters is in Malaysia. It's completely privately owned company among 5 individuals. It's completely privately funded. We are not part of any media concern or big company group. Why we choose Malaysia? From one particular reason, because Malaysia is not part of any 4i countries or such. That means they don't exchange any information about internet traffic, and they don't have laws regarding the information retention of the connections, because in some case you can see the VPN company as ISP provider, because you are connecting to the VPN company and you're accessing through their servers. That means in the Europe, such companies, also in America, are obligated to retain the data. I'm talking about metadata. But and this is not the case in Malaysia. This is the main reason why the company was incorporated there and the headquarters is there. But we have development team all around the world. And in concerning with that, as privately owned, we don't have any obligations to give the data or something else anywhere. And the VPN, Hide Me as a VPN was constructed from the beginning in the mind of freedom of expression and anonymity. That means the system is built in such a way that we don't retain any kind of data permanently.
Hello, welcome. So yeah, that's quite interesting, and I think it another question, so that belongs to what you say. So wir sprachen gerade darüber, dass Hide Me etwas besonders ist insofern, dass sie einen Standort haben, in Malaysia, wo es keine Gesetzgebung gibt, die sie dazu zwingt, sozusagen die Netzaktivitäten aufzuzeichnen oder weiterzugeben. Und das ist, glaube ich, diese Besonderheit, wenn Unternehmen, die dann sich hier in Europa oder USA oder anderweitig befinden würden, wären eben dazu aufgefordert. Und dazu passt noch eine weitere interessante technische Aspekt. Den können wir vielleicht nicht im Detail besprechen, aber vielleicht so von der Idee her zusammenfassen. Also HideMe is using several protocols to connect to the VPN. And it's also using WireGuard as a very specific protocol that wasn't designed for the use of VPN, but it has, you made something special with that that has some benefits regarding privacy.
Okay, thank you for the question. To come back, we have more than 2,500 servers all around the world. All the servers that we run are bare metal servers. We are renting those that are not our own. The benefit of renting the server is that we can choose different providers in different countries with different connections. All the servers are diskless servers. That means all informations are stored in the random access memory. That gives us a huge benefit. When the server is seized and turned off, it's nothing there. We have special boot process that when the server boots, connect with our other servers, holds everything what they need, and start and run. It is we have more than 75 different locations all around the world where you can connect. And you mentioned the WireGuard as one of the protocols. The WireGuard was invented by Jonas Donfeld, and it was initially invented as the server-to-server protocol. It was invented in mind of simplicity and the performance, and therefore this protocol doesn't have something that we are using this protocol in a completely another way that was initially invented. In the server-to-server communication between two locations, you have always secure channel to exchange the keys, and doesn't matter what that channel is. But in this case, when we have client-server communication, we don't have this mechanism to exchange those keys. And by integrating WireGuard, my main reason why all the VPNs we including to integrate WireGuard, because it's very lightweight, it's very fast, and working almost on any device, including the mobile phones. When you run the WireGuard on the mobile phone regarding the performance, you will get mostly the best performance from all other protocols. Most widespread protocol is OpenVPN, but it's very heavy intensive if you have very high speeds. And this is the reason why WireGuard is implemented. Even some German router providers are also implementing it now in their Fritzbox and such. But it's always meant as server-to-server communication. And in this case, we have different users, different clients that are connecting to our network, and they don't have a way to exchange those keys. The WireGuard, how it's implemented is that one side generate key pair, private and public key, another side generate private and public key. They exchange their public keys, and the connection just happened then. Other VPN provider went user-friendly route, I would say, where they say, okay, this complete key generation and everything what we need for the client side, we will do through our different web interfaces, and we will provide the client. And he only needs to input those keys on his side, and everything will work. This is very nice regarding user-friendliness, but it's not good regarding security. As just simple case, if someone dump your communication, ISP, government, doesn't matter, dump complete communication and store it for the future analysis, and this side get any time in the future access to your keys, they can decrypt all the communication, the past and current, everything. In our case, we thought about it when we implement this, and we said, okay, this is not the right way to do it. We will do it. We will use the WireGuard. We didn't change the protocol itself, but we built on it key exchange system where our software is contacting us checking the credentials if the user is valid, generating access tokens. It's it's technical part now, but access tokens. And then when you have access token, this access token guarantees you that you are valid HideMe user and that you have rights to connect to the server. Each time when you connect with each of our servers, our app sends this access token to our server. Our server say, okay, this is valid access token. I will generate for you on my side my private key, and I will send you my public key. And our software is doing that on the client side, generating private and public key and sending to us. That means the client's private key never leaves his device. In other cases, what I mentioned is the private key of the client is generated on the web page of the provider, and the provider has both private and public keys. If this leaks, then you have access to complete communication. In this case, to be able to decrypt the traffic, in our case, you need to have our private and public key on the server side, which is generated every time for every user by every connection, new. And on the client side, that means the chance to get those keys is really slim. And one huge benefit is because the keys are generated each time new, even if you dump the traffic before and store it for future analysis, and you steal my keys from both sides, you are maybe able to decrypt the current communication, but not the past one. And this increased the security enormous. And this is the reason why we decide to do that way. But for sure, user friendliness doesn't benefit from that. And we are now in the process to generate or to program our own apps on we are already in the way to do it for OpenVRT and other routers, and we will do it also for the Ubuntu Touch. That this key exchange that we develop will be supported, and that the users on Ubuntu Touch and other platforms can use HideMe WireGuard as the VPN protocol, because it's a huge benefit regarding the speed and process power when you use WireGuard. It was a bit longer.
Ja, und sehr interessant. Also im Wesentlichen ist es so, dass das WireGuard-Protokoll, also die Art und Weise, wie dann Ihr Volla Phone oder ein Gerät mit einem Server kommuniziert, das Protokoll gar nicht entwickelt wurde für VPN zunächst, dann wurde es sozusagen ergänzt. Und das Besondere ist auch sicherlich zu erwähnen, dass die Schlüssel jedes Mal neu erstellt werden bei jedem Verbindungsaufbau und dann eben getrennt, einmal auf dem Gerät, das ins Internet geht, also Ihr Volla Phone zum Beispiel, und auf der anderen Seite eben Ihr Server aus dem VPN-Netzwerk. Und dass man sozusagen dann nicht so einfach ist, dass eben die beide Schlüssel, privaten Schlüssel, sozusagen gekappert oder erfahren werden können, um dann die Verbindung, Kommunikation zu entschlüsseln. Also das ist, glaube ich, auch was sehr Spezielles, und deswegen gibt es eine Reihe von Apps. Wir haben ja diese Challenge für das Hackathon. Mal schauen, ob sich jemand beschäftigt damit, denn es gibt einige Open Source Scripts auch von Ihrer Seite, die Sie bereits veröffentlicht haben. Und auf dem Volla Phone wird natürlich immer eine HideMe App vorinstalliert. Wir wollen damit auch an Konsumenten, die das Thema noch nicht kennen, helfen, darauf aufmerksam zu werden und sozusagen auch zu helfen bei der Auswahl. Selbstverständlich ist es möglich, auf dem Volla Phone auch jedes andere VPN zu verwenden. Das ist im Sinne unserer Philosophie ein Angebot, eine Möglichkeit, auf die wir Anwendern geben möchten. Yes, and also maybe some users might have concerns to buy that paid service. You have a paid service, you have a free service. The free service is limited for one device that can be online, and also for limited regarding the traffic, the amount of data.
Server count and it's very useful policy.
Yeah, I think 10 gigabytes per month or something like that.
We have data limited 10 gigabytes per month. I can maybe say something about.
Yeah, so that's my question here. How if people buy or pay for the paid service, how do you ensure that the VPN is still private? Because in theory, someone may think you now have the clear name because there's a payment, and does it is it then still private if I go online, or do you know my traffic?
That's a great question. And I can assure you that it's safe, because the Hide Me use different payment providers for the crypto payments as well for the credit card payments. That means when you come to our site and would like to buy a paid product, you input your email address, and then on the second page you are asked to put your information. But the second page is already payment provider page or snippet that is integrated in ours. And when you put your credit card informations and go, we are using, I can tell you, we are using as payment provider, we are using Stripe and Cleverbridge in Europe. Yeah. And when you put your credit card information, this information is directly stored and sent to the payment provider. In this process, we are generating unique user ID that is shared between the payment provider and us. And what we receive from the payment provider is only green light if the payment went through and what the product was bought. And in this information, including your unique user ID. And according to this unique user ID, we can credit your account with some subscription that you bought. But in any case, we don't know any of your address, credit card information, anything. This is also important regarding the data retention. It's not in our hands. It's kind of payment provider. And when you cancel your subscription, you're not canceling your subscription with Hide Me. When you cancel, you can cancel it over our website, but you are canceling with a payment provider. And when you cancel it there, they give us information that the subscription is canceled. What we also implemented almost 1 year ago is once you register, only what we need is your email. But once you register and bought one paid product, you can go in the system and request email deletion. That means even we don't have your email, but there are some disadvantages in this case. If you delete your email, we one-time generate you recovery key. If you lose this recovery key and you lose access to your account, we cannot help you. Yeah, okay. Because we don't have anything. We only use user ID, and that's it. And this is how we then answer to your questions, how we ensure that we don't have any private information of our customers, because they are always stored by the payment provider.
Another interesting, there are two things that are interesting regarding the service. There are some VPN providers that are offering also filtering the internet traffic. So for trackers and malware or whatever. But I think you decided not to do so, and I think for good reasons.
Yes. From the first day, we are presenting Hide Me, and Hide Me thinks we have 100% no log policy. That means we don't log anything. Only what is logged is your current connection. And when this connection is not more there, all the data is deleted. In the case of the free users, according to the user ID, we track total sum of the used traffic. This is what we need to track, because otherwise we cannot provide 10 gigabit limit. But on the paid user, we don't log anything in this case. Only during the connection, we know that you're connected to a specific server. When this connection is not anymore there, everything is not stored. And in this case, if we say that we are 100% no log VPN, how we can offer then traffic inspection and AdWords inspection and everything else? We have discussed this several months ago there is a one way to do so, because when you are connected to the hide me, you are using also hide me DNS, because this prevents DNS leaks. What we can maybe implement, because there are much more requests regarding this, is that we simply implement one simple DNS filtering. When you click on this information, that's simple. When requests come to our DNS server, and for your account, DNS, let's say content filtering is enabled, that we simply give you a wrong DNS reply. In this case, we don't go and inspect the traffic, because you are using our DNS server anyway to resolve the host names. Then maybe this is the only way we can implement some kind of content filtering that doesn't jeopardize or doesn't force us to go and inspect the traffic.
Yeah.
Because this, if we do need to do this, we won't do it, because we are from first day, we are 100% no log VPN, and we will stay like that.
Ja, wir sprachen gerade darüber, dass auch es gute Gründe gibt, keinen Filter für Tracker oder so etwas anzubieten, weil dann ja wieder der VPN-Anbieter den Internetverkehr überwachen müsste, und das soll ja gerade nicht geschehen. Es gibt aber Überlegungen, sozusagen, weil verschiedene DNS über den DNS-Filter vielleicht einige Adressen sozusagen rauszufiltern, der ohnehin verwendet wird. Auch das wissen viele nicht, denn es gibt ja diesen Domain Name Service, einen Server, wo dann eine Adresse wie web.de oder welt.de aufgelöst wird in eine IP-Adresse, und sowas wird dann gerne auch schon mal umgelenkt, sodass man oder könnte umgelenkt werden, sodass man auf eine Seite kommt, auf die man gar nicht will, oder wo der Betreiber eben nicht will, dass man eine bestimmte Seite aufruft. So, und es gibt noch andere, vielleicht interessante Dinge, die finde ich auch sehr interessant. Das ist das Split Tunneling. So we have, wo man den Verkehr aufteilen kann. Ein Teil, das ist auch bei dem Volla Phone so, ein Teil des Verkehrs geht über VPN, der andere Teil nicht. It's a quite interesting feature, split tunneling. So you can decide that specific apps are excluded from the VPN. So with the feature of Android that you only allow traffic that goes over VPN, you can even exclude some apps from the internet by that feature. That is quite nice, and in particular, if you need to use Office and you don't want that Office talks to Microsoft, but you would like to write Word documents, you can do it. So, or sometimes if you need a mail client and this mail provider don't allow that you use a VPN, you can exclude that app from the VPN, and so you can receive and send emails. That could be, I think this is one tip. To use the VPN app. And one more question about the open source strategy. This is interesting for the developers, maybe for the consumer that also source is published. Maybe you can tell us something about your strategy to public open source. There are a couple of projects out.
Yes. We have this Volla CLI client for Linux that is open sourced, and also the scripts, but we are in the process of rewriting our apps, when we will definitely open source our VPN apps for Windows and other platforms. But you need to understand that always the one part of the app won't be open sourced. The part that is concerning user credentials, authentication, and security part, where we prove if the user is valid or not, it will be always closed source. But this is the reason why we are now in the process of rewriting our Windows app and all other apps, that only this credentials checking part will be on one module that will be closed source, and it will be always closed source because it's part of our security and we won't open source it. But all the parts of the app will be open source for the audit. What is also important to say, we have been one of the first VPN provider that was independent audit in 2014, and we are now in process of preparing another independent audit. That means also the parts that are closed sourced will be audited from the independent company and therefore proved. But the part is that we would like to be in the open source community and to open source it because it's right way to do that.
So, es gibt also einige quelloffene Projekte. Auch es gibt Teile, die aus Sicherheitsgründen dann nicht veröffentlicht sind, aber auch gerade diese Apps, die raus für Windows und Mac gibt es ja auch eine App, da soll auch zum großen Teil veröffentlicht werden für ein Audit. Und sie waren auch einer der ersten VPNs, die da so ein Audit auch schon sich haben unterzogen, um dann die Vertrauenswürdigkeit auch nachzuweisen. Vielleicht können Sie ein bisschen was erzählen, was wir von HideMe so erwarten können. Wohin geht die Reise? Where is the journey taking to?
Yeah, to be honest, it's wild ride until now, and it will be the complete VPN world is changing every day in the parts where the big VPN providers are merging and are sold completely. We have decided to stay private, owned, and we will stay so. We are definitely rewriting now completely free part of the service because we would like to offer it in the future. And because the number of free users as well as the paid users are growing, there is a huge needs to do that. We are also trying to be present on more different platforms. The Volla Phone is one, Ubuntu Touch is second, but there is also lots of different router platforms that we would like to be there. Benefit of the router is clear. If you have one device that is connected to VPN, everything what is connected behind is also using a VPN. And there is as well continuous developing in VPN protocols that we need to take. The bugs for different VPN protocols are showing every day, and we are quite small team in this concern. We are all together maybe 25 different employees or freelancers that are working for us, and we are definitely there to make the service more user friendly, but not to jeopardize security in that way. And this is what we are trying to do. We are sometimes behind the schedule, as you maybe know, because we talk about different things, and then after 2 months we are talking again about it. But we are there to make our team bigger and to offer in any case a better service.
Okay. I think we have a lot of things in common. Our companies, small companies that are privately owned and privacy and no exit strategy or something, that the company should be sold if it's running well to make money and play golf and so on. So yeah, it's a different approach. Vielen Dank für diese interessanten Fragen, und das ist ja mal eine Gelegenheit auch von der Community hier, die Leute, die hier sitzen oder die online sind, Fragen zu stellen an jemanden von HideMe. So if someone has some questions regarding VPN and here from the audience or someone online, maybe some question. Ja.
Ja, mich würde interessieren, was ist eigentlich der Unterschied zwischen diesen 3 folgenden Verfahren, nämlich Proxy-Server benutzen, VPN oder Onion Network, also was nützt mir mehr, was ist, und vor allem ein bisschen auch im Hinblick auf Ressourcenverbrauch, was verbrauchen diese Verfahren, also die 3 verschiedenen, aber eben auch, wie sicher sind sie, und das eine kriege ich umsonst und das andere kostet Geld, warum?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. Okay, there are 3 different technologies. You mentioned proxies, as it is, and you mentioned VPNs and the Onion network. I don't know how much community knows about Onion networks, but I will start with Onion network because it's most complex in that way. The Onion network is run by the community as well on free basis. The main benefit in Onion network is that from the VPN is on Onion networks, you don't know where your traffic is going over which VPN, which servers in the onion networks, and each and every server in the onion network can inspect your traffic if they want. The second thing is the onion network is usually quite slow. Exit nodes are not always defined where you want them. I don't say that onion network is better or worse than VPN. Is simply different technology. You are relying on the community, but let's try to stream something when you are in Spain from Germany over onion network, or as such, it won't be possible because it's simply too slow. The VPN gives the speed in the first place. You know who is on the other side. If you trust this company, it doesn't need to be HideMe, it can be any other VPN, but you are always have a relationship with one entity, with one company. If you trust it, in the onion networks, you don't know where your traffic is going on. It is private for sure, that because it's related to 6, 7, 10, 15 nodes. No one, when you're accessing this service when you're accessing over onion network, the service, the owner of the service that you access, definitely don't know who you are. But the problem is you also know where your traffic went till the exit node. The proxy is a bit faster, but doesn't offer so huge security benefits as a VPN.
It's more to save resources.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. But we use also, for HideMe, we're using also proxy network to access our website when our website is not allowed somewhere. Mm-hmm. But the problem with the proxy network is that is definitely not secure as a VPN. You have SACS, that is most secure way of the proxy, but it definitely doesn't offer you the level of security that VPN can.
VPN is an encrypted proxy, something like that, because I always have one server.
Doesn't need to be. We have something which is called multi-hop. That means you are connecting to one server, hopping through our network to 2 or 3 different servers, and exiting on the server for example, you are connecting to server in Germany, but your exit server is in the UK. The benefit of such multi-hop technology is that our servers and transport layer network between our servers is much faster than maybe the way you will go through your normal ESP, because we are using high quality backbone networks. And when you connect to the HideMe in Germany, for example, and say exit server is in UK or US, doesn't matter, it can be that you have much lower ping and higher transfer rates than to go through your normal ISP. It doesn't need to be only one-to-one. It can be one-to-many in this case.
In both cases, my first connection is to one server.
Yes, exactly.
Proxy and
yeah, but it's completely another technology. The principle is the same, if you want to solve. The principle is definitely the same, but the technology and level of the security that both technologies provide is completely different.
I think the proxy is also used to save or to save network traffic, so that you don't load, for example, websites again, but they are stored in the proxy. You can also use it for that. And I think also for Onion Network, maybe, oder ich sag's mal in Deutsch, das Onion-Netzwerk, glaube ich, ist ganz gut geeignet, wenn Sie recherchierend unterwegs sind, privat oder auch als Journalist. Man hinterlässt ja da keine Spur, man ist da ziemlich anonym. Und das ist, glaube ich, auch ganz, ganz gut geeignet. Aber man sollte sich hüten davor, ein Onion-Netzwerk zu verwenden, wenn man die Verbindung mit der Bank oder irgendwas anderes aufnimmt. Denn man weiß wirklich nicht, wer da mithört. Und meines Wissens haben sich auch längst die Geheimdienste in dem Onion-Netzwerk eingeklinkt und wissen, dass man da ganz interessante Dinge abfangen kann.
Ja, as mentioned, the Onion network is good for anonymity, but I would never access any trustworthy information.
Yeah, that's the Faustregel. So you can do Onion network, also the free Onion browser to browse anonymously, but if it comes to access trusted information or secret information, another way would be better.
In my opinion as well.
Yeah.
for simple things, for example, from Germany, I will connect to a Russian media service. Then I can go through Onion, and then I can watch this addresses which are locked for Germany.
For sure, you can do it if there is an exit node at the moment in Russia. And the question is of the speed, how the file. But if it's normal text consume and website, you can do that for sure.
Eine Frage habe ich noch. Wie gehen Sie damit um, dass ich zum Beispiel bei SAS, also die Fluglinie von, ich glaube, da gibt es andere Beispiele, auch Fluglinie von Skandinavien, keine Flüge buchen kann, wenn ich mit VPN verbunden bin. So if I use VPN, I can't book tickets from SAS. You can try it. You get an error message.
Servers know which IPs come from VPN, they can block them.
Yeah. So you
I know the problematic. I know problematic. Some services are blocking VPNs VPNs IP addresses when you access those. There is a different. You have different lists where all the IPs are categorized, but there is another way that we are also continuously changing IP addresses. We are booking new IP addresses and renting them. There are also something which is called residential IP addresses that will never be blocked. You have also in IP world, you have different class of IP addresses. You have IP addresses that are given to the data centers. You have IP addresses that are given to the companies, and you have IP addresses that are given to the residential. That means, for example, the IP addresses that you get over Deutsche Telekom or Vodafone or DSL line, those IPs are called residential IPs, and they will be never blocked. And there are services that provide such IPs for us, our use. This is the way how we can unblock, for example, Netflix or Disney Plus or our network. We are one of the few VPN services at the moment that they can unblock such streaming services. And the secret sauce in that is to use residential IPs as exit IPs. Those IPs will be never blocked from such services because they can never distinguish if the IP is really given to the DSL user or is used by us. And if you are not using such IPs, then such networks or such website can block those IPs because it's quite easy reason why they're doing that. Because the airlines doesn't have the same prices for everybody. If you can try it yourself. If you want to travel, I don't know, let's say to US from Europe, but you are searching for the ticket prices in Europe, you will get another price if you use and then try to use a VPN connect to the US and try to search for the same ticket. There's always a bit trick with the airplane tickets is if you are in the US and you're searching for ticket from the Europe to US and back, it will be always cheaper than other way. If you are the US and you're searching for the ticket from US to Europe and other way around. If you are Europe and you want to fly to US and you're searching for the Europe, you will get always higher price than to be virtually. If you are virtual in the US and searching for the same ticket, you will get another price. Yes, if they see that you are right now located in the US and you want to fly from Europe, they will give you always the cheaper price than another way around. And
when I'm in the US, and it would have then it's better to do so that I'm European.
yeah, exactly. Another way around. Or book hotels. Okay, the booking.com maybe not, but you have lots of search sites where you can check the hotel price and you get completely another price if you are, for example, searching for, I don't know, let's say vacation in Greece, but you're searching from Romania, not from the Germany, France, and UK have the highest prices. I can tell you, I tested that myself. If you are searching the same hotels from the Romania or maybe Serbia or I don't know, some Eastern country, you will get another pricing if you are searching that direct from Germany.
From which location I go to the network.
Exactly. As I mentioned, we have 75 different locations, and in each location we have different cities. You can go in our app and exactly select which country, even city you want to be if you have the presence there. That means I can now go and say I would like to have, I connect to our server in Manchester, and when I'm browsing, I will be present in internet like I'm sitting in Manchester, for example.
And where does the traffic go? This is called also
Where does the traffic go when I connect to a VPN in Malaysia? My data goes to Malaysia and then goes to the YouTube server, for example, and then the video comes from YouTube server to Malaysia and from Malaysia to me. So it needs much more power to transport this video than when I go to the normal connection.
Exactly. As explained, in this case, it will be like this. You need much more traffic amount to do so. But as I explained, we have also a feature like a multi-hop. That means you connect to the German server in Frankfurt, and they say select as multi-hop Malaysia. That means your traffic will go to Frankfurt. It will go over our fast network to Malaysia. It will exit our network in Malaysia, go to YouTube, and then another way around. And in this case, the transfer between our server in Frankfurt and our server in Malaysia will be, I can assure, will be much faster than if you connect directly to Malaysia and go it. Because
it always needs the energy to do it.
yeah, it definitely needs the energy to do that, because there is no another way to mask the traffic. You need to be, your traffic needs to exit the location that you selected, and you somehow needs to come there. Either you come through the normal routing way of your ISP provider, or in case of multi-hop, you are going through our network. But the traffic is there. It needs to come from here to there and back.
There's no possibility to just give some metadata. And
No, there is definitely not. And you took YouTube as example. By then, you cannot fake anything. That's Google. And as I explained before, what is more valuable in today's world is not the data that you transfer itself. The metadata that you generate are most important things. The data itself is not important, but when you connect, with who you connect, what you ask, when you ask, how long was the connection, those are the information that the VPN provider you can benefit from VPN provider, because your ISP or whoever is in between cannot see those data. If you're accessing YouTube, definitely the YouTube will see, but it will see our server. And one additional benefit is, in each moment when you connect to one of our servers, you're not only one of those. At least 50 to 150 users are connected to those servers in the same time, and they're using the same IP to exit. And that means even if someone knows that you used Hide Me as a VPN and you use some server, let's say Frankfurt, they still cannot track your traffic, because in the same time there is 150 other people that are using the same server. And through the amount of traffic that's generated and the users, you get additional security that you won't have normally. That's one additional benefit of it.
Jetzt keine technische Frage, aber so aus Ihrer eigenen Erfahrung, was würden Sie sagen, wie viel Geld kann man sparen durch, also zum Beispiel das mit den Flügen, sind das eher 3-4%, die man dadurch sparen kann, oder sind es 10% des Flugpreises ungefähr?
Soll ich auf Deutsch oder Englisch antworten? Okay, ich antworte auf Deutsch. Das ist immer unterschiedlich, was Sie buchen. Wenn Sie buchen ein 5-Sterne-Hotel, wahrscheinlich würden Sie dann 10% Ersparnis haben. Wenn das ist wirklich schwer zu antworten. Aber ich sage hier einfach, das ist versuchswert zu machen. Ja, okay, kann sein, aber ich sage einfach so, Sie können auch dafür Sie müssen nicht auch die bezahlte Abo haben, Sie können auch ein freie nutzen. Verstehen Sie? Das ist jetzt nicht die Sache. Die Sache ist, dass die nur einfach, ich habe das jetzt ein bisschen vereinfacht erklärt. die Prozess müssen Sie ein bisschen lernen. Sie müssen wissen genau, welche Seite und was, weil da gibt es nicht immer, zum Beispiel Booking.com können Sie knicken, weil da wird nichts, die geben immer die gleiche Preise. Aber da gibt es andere Seiten, wo kann Sie wirklich ersparen. Bei dem Flüge ist das wirklich extrem. Bei den, ja. Genau, das kann schon wirklich viel bedeuten. Muss nicht sein, ich kann ihm jetzt keine richtige...
Und ich kann auch empfehlen, Agent Spoofing zu machen. Das heißt, wenn man mit dem Browser unterwegs ist, mal einen anderen Agenten einzustellen. Sozusagen die Metadaten vom Browser werden ja übermittelt, das Betriebssystem. Im Inkognito, weil Apple-Benutzer bezahlen auch häufig mehr. Also
ich hätte eine Frage zum Browser-Fingerprinting. Also wenn ich eine Webseite ansteuere, dann weiß die ja, welches Betriebssystem ich benutze, welche Bildschirmauflösung und so weiter und kann das dann ja im Grunde mir zuordnen. Das heißt, die weiß jedes Mal, wenn ich komme, das bin ich. Wie kann man das umgehen? Gibt es da bei dem VPN irgendeine Möglichkeit, das zu umgehen?
VPN selbst kann Sie in diesem Fall nicht helfen, aber was Ihnen helfen kann, da gibt es genug Browser, wo kann Sie einfach User Agent ändern in der Hinsicht und ich nutze immer Incognito Mode. Jetzt muss nicht unbedingt von Google Chrome sein, weil da habe ich gar keine Vertrauen, aber Firefox und gibt es andere Anonymity-friendly Browser, welche können Sie nutzen, wo Sie wie Dr. die User Agent ändern und sagen einfach Internet Explorer oder was immer da ist, auf jeden Fall kein Safari. Und wenn Sie Inkognito-Mode nutzen oder beziehungsweise regelmäßig nach jeder Benutzung ganze Cookies löschen, richtig, dann kann sie ihn kein zuordnen. Weil zwischen zwei Sessions, da gibt es keine Verbindung dann. Diese Fingerprinting, was Sie haben gesagt, ist schon okay, wenn Sie dann natürlich zwischen zwei verschiedenen Sessions die Cookies und alle Daten da haben. Dann kann weil da gibt's Webseiten, welche haben Zugang zum anderen Cookies und die gucken, aha, der war jetzt, weiß ich nicht, der ist bei uns jetzt, aber ich berufe, habe der einfach Cookie von einer anderen Webseite und dann laut diesen Befund ändern Sie Informationen. Wenn Sie das wollen, auch bei dem Suche von Flügen und so, müssen Sie immer mit Inkognito-Mode arbeiten und alle Cookies löschen, weil das hilft nicht, wenn Sie sie verbinden mit weiß ich nicht, Rumänien, aber da steht Cookie von, weiß ich nicht, von der Webseite und Sie haben da aus Deutschland gekommen, dann wissen die genau, wer Sie sind. Das heißt, die VPN als Service bietet eine zusätzliche Anonymität, aber das ist kein Schlüssel für alles. Das heißt, Sie müssen schon wissen, was sie machen, weil sonst, wenn Sie bei Google anmelden mit Ihrem Benutzernamen und Konto, ist egal, wo Sie kommen, der Google weiß, wer Sie sind. Da kann dir kein VPN helfen und kein anderes. Das heißt, bei Anonymität muss man immer an verschiedenen Ebenen das ausüben, nicht nur auf VPN. VPN ist nur ein Bestandteil davon. Deswegen, wenn wir sagen, VPN bietet Anonymität, das ist jetzt nicht 100% wahr. Der bietet einen Teil von Anonymität. Das andere Seiten wissen nicht, was sie machen und wo sie zugreifen, aber ihre Anonymität müssen sie auch selbst schützen durch andere Maßnahmen, welche können sie anwenden da in ihrem Rechner.
I think that question is very interesting. Privacy browsing is a very complex topic, I think, and VPN is one part of it. I think it's important to have a good cookie management. So, for instance, for my Mac, I have an additional software that removes cookies automatically. I have also, you can control it by removing them in a specific time frame or after closing the browser or something like that. So cookie management is important, and also to use browsers that support plugins, where the plugins do some agent spoofing that is possible. But maybe not so relevant, but I think it's important to avoid pixels like Google Pixel, Facebook Pixel, things like that helps you with the fingerprint or even without a fingerprint to identify you. So I recommend to use a a very generic profile for the agent. And I also recommend to remove cookies or to have a privacy mode where the cookies are not stored after your session. And also to use some additional plugins to filter out locally the trackers or pixels or something like that. That's the reason we had that discussions even yesterday about the mobile browser at Volla OS, and we thought about exchanging the browser because people are complaining that we use Fennec that doesn't make use of the Chrome engine, and the Chrome engine is much faster. But we have chosen for now the Fennec browser because the Fennec browser offers also using some plugins that you know very well from Firefox, and you can use even for your Volla phone, for your mobile browser, plugins with a local filtering of trackers, for instance, and things like that. So it's a really complex topic. So ich empfehle dann am Ende mit Erweiterungen des Browsers zu arbeiten, um gewisse Inhalte rauszufiltern oder auch gerne auch mal mit einem anderen generischen Agenten. Und Sie haben sicherlich auch festgestellt, dass der Onion-Browser zum Beispiel, wenn man den startet, immer in einer bestimmten Fenstergröße startet. Weil auch das zum Beispiel, wenn man immer die generische allgemeine Fenstergröße nimmt, dann trägt das auch wieder dazu bei, dass der Fingerabdruck sehr generisch bleibt und dann die Identifikation immer schwieriger wird. Ja, so ist das. Also man kann sich schon gut schützen. Es ist aber ein Bündel von Maßnahmen. It's a couple. So I think it's a good question to go to the next topic with tips for everyday use for Volla Phone and with Volla OS and Ubuntu Touch. But let's ask whether we have an additional question. No? No. Okay, so yeah, thank you very much for joining us for our Volla Community Days, and we are happy for that collaboration, since our companies have a similar DNA, so a similar way of thinking. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you very much for having me here.
Yeah,
It was a pleasure as last time, and I will be more than glad to come next time when you have Volla Community Days. And I think this partnership between us and this Zusammenarbeit in Deutsch, and it's very good, and we are very satisfied with how everything is going. Volla Phone is a very great product, I need to say, and I wish that it stays so.
And your support also has a Volla Phone, so if someone needs help for, in particular, setting up the VPN for Volla phone with Ubuntu Touch, then you can also contact the support.
It will change in the future. In the near future, it will change a lot because we will make a lot better.
We also have that some people don't know. If you have Ubuntu Touch, it's a little bit more complicated to set it up. But there is a document that was written by your colleague that we have published on our download page, and you see a step-by-step guide how to set up a VPN on the Volla phone with Ubuntu Touch. Thank you very much. Enjoy the weekend.
Thank you very much, and have a nice day. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Does it also annoy you how much time you spend on your smartphone, all the notifications, the countless apps? Are you also tired of big tech and security agencies watching you, what you do, where you go, who you talk to? Then we have good news for you. The new Volla Phone 22 for your freedom through simplicity and security.
So, und ja, jetzt trinken wir noch mal was, weil es ziemlich heiß ist hier. Und wir haben ab 16 Uhr zwei sehr interessante Vorträge. Und ja, ich muss mal gucken, ich habe den Herrn Ferreiro gesagt, dass er sich, glaube ich, so ab 16 Uhr, glaube ich, anwählt oder 16:30 Uhr. Muss man mal schauen, wann er dann vorbeikommt. Ich weiß nicht, ob es schon Kontakt gibt. Noch nicht. Und Herr Falcon wird um 16 Uhr was vortragen. Da bin ich jetzt mal auch richtig gespannt. So, und in dieser vielleicht auch, da entstehen vielleicht auch neue Geschäftsmodelle, dass man vielleicht das Volla Phone günstiger kaufen kann. Das ist gerade auch für die Leute interessant, die vielleicht nicht das Geld haben, um ein Telefon, das in mittlerem Preissegment liegt, kaufen können. Ja, das ist ein offener Prozess. Wir haben ganz gute Verbindungen, auch Geschäftsverbindungen zu Leuten, die eben wiederum Verbindungen haben zu den großen Operatoren. Ja, das ist ein Prozess, der sozusagen im Hintergrund gerade so, der so gerade so, ja, fortschreitet.
Aber letztendlich werden Sie damit ja keine Erhöhung der Sicherheit.
Ja, wenn das ausreicht, dann müssen wir dann müssen wir den staatlichen Vorgaben gucken und dann geht es einfach darum, wie stark kann man das ausreizen, sodass wir nur das an Daten dann sammeln, was der Gesetzgeber vorgibt und machen auch wirklich nur das. Das ist jetzt so diese Idee dabei. Und, aber Sie haben recht, das ist dann nur der Übergang, dann muss man gehen, gibt es eben weitere alternative Netze, die man nutzen kann. Ob Starlink die Antwort ist, glaube ich weniger, aber es ist auf jeden Fall ein Zeichen, dass die Technik nicht stehen bleibt und es gibt sicherlich neue Techniken der Mobilfunkkommunikation. Ganz allgemein gilt, ich kann allen Anwendern empfehlen, wirklich nur eigentlich, wenn es geht, verschlüsselte Kommunikation zu nutzen, nicht nur für das Messaging, also keine Kurzmitteilung, da versendet man ja Nachrichten im Klartext, sondern wirklich verschlüsselte Nachrichten. So, and for English, we would like to try to become a global MVNO. It's a part of convenience, but also we would like to just do what is required by law if we need to collect data. I think this would be an advantage, but it wouldn't be the final solution. We are also do research in other ways of networks that we could use for communication. Halium is a nice example, a nice technology of a distributed infrastructure for communication. And I highly recommend that we don't use the classic phone connection or short messaging. We should switch to encrypted messaging, encrypted audio calls, encrypted video calls, and it's even the same topic. I can't finally recommend an encrypted messenger. It's an ongoing open story. I think currently Signal is a good choice, but we're also evaluating alternatives like Session. This is a fork of Signal where you don't need your phone number for identification. We're also evaluating talks. We talked in our developer sessions several times. I think this is an open story to protect also here privacy. Very interesting are technologies like Definity, where you have even another protocol to not DNS completely new address room and using the blockchain technology for communication. I think we are at the beginning of an exciting story. And the next thing is that we also do research in quantum encryption. So if you have quantum computer outside that are cheap enough that organizations can build and use it, then we need another solution for encryption anyway. So all the encryptions are useless for people that have resources to a quantum computer. And therefore, we also prepare the future for that. Ja, das ist ein großes Thema. So, und Aber ich denke, es ist ein bisschen Komfort und ja, wir werden das dann ausreizen, was der Gesetzgeber vorgibt, wenn wir als MVNO arbeiten. Es gibt auch noch andere Ideen. Mit der eSIM gibt zum Beispiel auch Potenzial, dass eSIM-Identitäten rotieren, sodass sie dann auch nicht mehr einzelnen Gerät zugeordnet sind. Wir hatten diese Diskussion auch schon mal hier auf dem Volla Community Day. Und dass man eigentlich nur noch die Datenverbindung nutzt und man hat dann rotierende sozusagen Identitäten und macht dann sozusagen jede Statistik und jede Überwachung kaputt. Und sowas könnte man zum Beispiel auch selbst reguliert dann bekommen. Also da suchen wir wirklich nach Lösungen. Und wir sind offen für Ideen aus der Community. Ich glaube, Sie haben ja Ahnung in diesem Bereich MVNO. Da freuen wir uns über Ideen. Ich will noch eine Frage ab.
Ja, das ist jetzt eigentlich eher eine gesellschaftliche Frage. Wie schätzen Sie das ein mit dem Quantencomputer? Denken Sie, dass wenn wir diese Probleme mit der Verschlüsselung haben, denken Sie, dass ab diesem Punkt, wo diese Probleme durch den Quantencomputer auftreten, beziehungsweise dass halt die Kommunikation und viele Verschlüsselungstechniken nicht mehr so funktionieren wie vorher, denken Sie, dass die Digitalisierung dann trotzdem noch weiter voranschreiten wird oder dass es in manchen Bereichen sogar eher wieder zu Zurückschritten kommt? Also wenn ich jetzt im privaten Bereich mich umgucke, ein befreundeter Arzt von uns, der hatte seine komplette Praxis auf ein digitales System umgestellt, hatte dann einen Hackerangriff. Die Daten von einem Monat wurden geklaut und er hat die auch nicht wiederbekommen. Also die haben astronomische Summen verlangt für die Freigabe dieser Daten. Das hätte sich nie gelohnt und das hat natürlich einen riesigen Schaden verursacht. Und er hat jetzt gesagt, so, ich schmeiße den ganzen Scheiß wieder raus und ich mache alles mit Karteikarten wieder. Könnten Sie sich so eine Entwicklung auch vorstellen, dass es dann vielleicht wieder irgendwann abnimmt?
Ich glaube, dass viele die Entwicklung von Quantencomputern gar nicht so verfolgen. Ich glaube, dass dann diese Auswirkungen auf die Digitalisierung gering sind. Es gibt ja auch schon längst das Urteil des Europäischen Gerichtshofs, dass das Privacy Shield Abkommen von Europa mit den USA nichtig ist. Und das hat kaum Wirkung gezeigt. Eigentlich müssten dann panisch viele Unternehmen uns anrufen, weil sie das Volla Phone haben wollen. Denn es ist einfach nicht mehr Datenschutzgrundverordnung konform, dann eigentlich ein Google- oder Apple-Smartphone zu haben, was untrennbar mit der iCloud oder mit der Google Cloud verbunden ist. Aber es gibt erstaunlich sehr, sehr wenig Aufregung. Und das mag sich aber, glaube ich, hier im Moment leben wir in einer Zeit, die unglaublich in Bewegung ist. Und ich glaube, hier wird sich sehr vieles tun. Und wir haben ja auch erstaunlicherweise oder vielleicht nicht erstaunlicherweise, aber es ist interessant, dass wir aus dem medizinischen Umfeld besonders stark Nachfrage haben, was Geschäftskundenlösungen angeht. So I don't think that the quantum computers have an impact on the speed of digitalization because people are not aware about this quantum computers and what that means. And it also will take time until regular companies can use and how to use it. And it's interesting that even the conclusion of the European Court that the Privacy Shield agreement is not compliant to GDPR had almost no impact. But it's interesting to see that from the healthcare sector, we have the most requests. So that we have in the business sector requests from companies in the healthcare sector that are looking for privacy protection. And we have in a couple of minutes a presentation of our partner GNU Health that is working on open source solutions for hospitals and for doctors. And so maybe from the healthcare sector, we get some more changes, and even people awake. They learned what happened with the Luca app, for instance. A Luca app promised to protect the people's privacy, but then in the end it was used for forensic or for police, for other use cases. And I think maybe I'm pretty sure that people start to learn, and we are in a time of change, that people awake. Regarding digitalization, I think there's indeed a demand of de-digitalization, and we need a discourse and discussion in economics and also in society about a concept of de-digitalization. This is my personal point of view, that we need less digitalization because we will learn that friendships and communication can't be replaced by digital connections. And also, I think there's also a trend going back to being present and doing offline business, doing offline networks, doing offline communication, because this is what matters in life. And I think there's also not only from the privacy reasons, but also for well-being, for well-being reasons. So I think that we have that we will see some changes here, and we strictly should think about which technology would we like to use for digitalization, and we use it in a very wise manner. So artificial intelligence, for instance, it's not bad or good. We just have to use that technology in a proper way, and maybe there are some ways we shouldn't use artificial intelligence. So it's also maybe if some maybe politicians think we should have surveillance to protect crime, maybe they have a good intention to use artificial intelligence, but I come from artificial intelligence, and I know that this is quite high probabilistic. What's not in that discussion is that we have so many false positives, and that also needs to be reflected when we use. I was frequently asked by also secret services and from the company I owned, the other company, because we made artificial intelligence, and I told them that they strictly reflect how they use it because of the because it's often probabilistic, and we have also many false positives. So it's a huge topic. I make a point here. I don't think it will have a massive impact, but I also see that people awake and reflect what's going on and how technology should be used or should not used. Yeah, Ferrero, who will, yeah, we have now, we are almost 4 p.m. Yeah, let's, you can, we can start with Mr. Ferrero and then your speech, Mr. Falcon. Perfect, okay. I just, final up, I tried to make a demo of the Volla Phone. They are here, take them, play around with it. I just would like to show you 2 slides, and then we start next. But it's better to talk than just speeches. So I just want like to show you or give you 2 slides, because we have made a short list of some basics to protect your privacy. Therefore, we have the brochures printed that you find on the table. We have more that you can maybe take with you to give it your friends, or if you have an idea to put it in a shop or a cafe, we have that brochures with some essentials to protect your mobile privacy. Because I realize that some people are focused, that are concerned about privacy or security. They are often focused on so details, but they're not aware about the essentials. Oder in Deutsch, wenn es um Datenschutz geht, dann konzentrieren sich manche so sehr auf Details, um es in einem Bild zu sagen, sie konzentrieren sich dann auf den tropfenden Wasserhahn, aber merken nicht den Rohrbruch im Keller. Und deswegen hatten wir mal so eine Broschüre verfasst, wo es mal um eigentliche Grundlagen geht. Ich trage Eulen nach Athen für die meisten, die hier sitzen, vielleicht auch viele, die hier online sind. Aber wir haben auch sehr viele, die Kunden, die zum ersten Mal ein Smartphone verwenden, weil es zum ersten Mal komfortabel ist, die sich also entscheiden, vom Feature Phone umzusteigen. Und es, glaube ich, ist Sinn, auch manchmal nochmal die Grundlagen zu nennen. So sometimes it makes sense to mention the basics to protect your privacy. Das erste ist natürlich immer, das erscheint Ihnen selbstverständlich, es ist aber nicht selbstverständlich, dass man natürlich versucht, das Gerät zu sperren, also eine PIN-Sperre zu verwenden. Wir sind auch stolz, dass eine Entsperrung auch sehr komfortabel mit dem Fingerabdrucksensor möglich ist. Das heißt, wenn das Gerät mal irgendwo rumliegt und es kommt jemand Fremdes dazu, dass eben niemand einsieht in sehr private Daten, in Kontakte, in Nachrichten, die ausgetauscht sind. Es ist gar nicht so selbstverständlich, dass Menschen ihr Smartphone schützen, und nehmen Sie es aus Komfort auch ruhig den Fingerabdrucksensor. Da wurden wir auch schon oft gefragt, der Fingerabdrucksensor, der bleibt wirklich, also das, was da erstellt wird als Hash, als Code, der bleibt auch auf das Gerät. Und Apps, die sozusagen diese Funktion zur Authentifizierung nutzen, haben sozusagen auf ihren Fingerabdruck, der hinterlegt ist in digitaler Form, dann auch nicht zugänglich, sondern immer nur ist freigegeben oder ist nicht freigegeben. Also das ist auf jeden Fall sicher. Wir haben bewusst nicht Gesichtserkennung sozusagen noch nicht verwendet hier, weil das ein anderes Thema ist. Eine andere Sache auch, das ist vielleicht auch die hier sitzen, auch klar, dass man immer die Software aktualisiert. Vielleicht, was viele nicht wissen, als kleiner Alltagstipp für das Volla Phone mit Volla OS. Es gibt 2 Arten, das System aktuell zu halten. Das haben wir auch ganz bewusst so gemacht. Die Apps, die laufen über den F-Droid Store, die werden damit in einer sehr kurzen Frequenz aktuell gehalten. Und dann gibt es eben die System-Updates, die findet man in den System-Settings. Und immer mal ein bisschen schauen, normalerweise werden Sie auch, wenn Sie das nicht anders eingestellt haben, darauf hingewiesen, dass es ein neues Update ist. So my slides are English, so the bullet points, the people that don't understand German can follow. Und auch eine wichtige Sache, laden Sie die Apps nur runter aus vertraulichen Quellen. Es ist auch nicht selbstverständlich. Viele misstrauen oder wollen nicht den Google Play Store verwenden. Das ist ja auch gut und das verständnisvoll. Deswegen haben wir aber den Aurora Store, weil wir da die Apps zumindest aus der Quelle kommt, wo die Hersteller die Apps auch bereitgestellt haben dafür. Und da gibt es noch so APK Pure oder es gibt andere Apps, da muss man eben immer, da weiß man nie, sind das die Apps, die vom Hersteller so bereitgestellt worden sind oder sind sie verändert worden? Es gibt dann Apps, die der Hersteller selbst anbietet, zum Beispiel Threema hat man hier die Möglichkeit, das auch von der Homepage von Threema zu kaufen. Dann haben wir, dann muss man aufpassen bei Apps, die einen Benutzerkonto sozusagen einfordern. Dann überlegen Sie sich immer, ob Sie da sich registrieren lassen und überlegen Sie, welche Rechte Sie freigegeben haben von diesen App. Sie können auch immer Rechte kurzfristig zur Verfügung freigeben und dann wieder die Rechte entziehen. Zum Beispiel, wenn Sie nicht sicher sind, ob eine Twitter-App dann, was die mit dem Mikrofon Freigabe machen, dann kann man das wieder entziehen oder mit dem neuen Sicherheitsmodus, Sie können dann eine App auch blockieren. Ja, wir haben auch dann dieser Aurora Store, der macht transparent, welche Tracker eine App verwendet. Dann können Sie dann immer entscheiden, will ich die jetzt oder muss ich diese App verwenden? Meistens gibt es in F-Droid quelloffene Alternativen. Oder wenn Sie es verwenden müssen, jetzt auch mit dem neuen Sicherheitsmodus, können Sie dann die Tracker blockieren. Dann vielleicht auch vorsichtig sein mit Apps, die einen Cloud-Service verwenden, die, sagen wir mal, wieder verlangen, dass man sich hier registriert. Auch da schauen, was gibt es da. Es gibt auch viele kleine Cloud-Provider, die zum Beispiel die Dateiablage und so weiter verwenden. Wir arbeiten mit Kbit. Das ist ein Distributed File Store. Lohnt sich auch mal da mal hineinzuschauen und sich die Seite anzuschauen. Das wäre eine Alternative für den Google Store, also Google Drive oder sowas, gibt es da auch schon inzwischen gute Alternativen. Ja, und man sollte natürlich auch nur die Dinge erlauben, Funktionen erlauben, die auch plausibel sind für eine App. Manche Apps verlangen dann irgendwie den Standort, dann weiß man nie so richtig warum. Das können Sie dann auch ruhig ablehnen. Dann ist auch ganz interessant, wenn Sie rausgehen aus dem Haus, schalten Sie Ihr WLAN ab, weil es gibt auch gerne den Trick, dass weil wenn ein Gerät unterwegs ist, guckt es ja auch immer, ob das ein bekanntes WLAN sozusagen in der Nähe ist und sie würde sich dann auch damit verbinden. Wenn Sie jetzt wieder zu Hause reinkommen in die Wohnung, dann wird das Volla Phone ja erkennen und wird sich dann mit dem WLAN verbinden. Und es gibt dann auch die Funktion wird auch missbraucht, um zu schauen, nach welchen Netzen sucht ein Mobiltelefon. Und dann werden diese Netzidentität simuliert und dann versucht man dann böswillig auch Passwörter abzugreifen. Also wenn man raus ist, WLAN an, wenn drin wieder WLAN an, also wenn man rausgeht, WLAN aus, wenn man drin ist, WLAN an. Das sind solche kleinen Tipps, um sich auch zu schützen und auch mit WLAN-Hotspots sehr vorsichtig mit sein. Ich habe das selbst erlebt, zum Beispiel am Europäischen Patentamt. Die programmieren einen dann die DNS-Einstellungen um. Muss man immer ein bisschen das ist dann, wenn man im nächsten Tag ein Vertriebsgespräch hatten, das war ich auch schon mal in einem Hotel, die haben einen dann einiges an meinem Mac umprogrammiert und dann wollte ich, nämlich Localhost umprogrammiert, dann wollte ich nächsten Tag was bei einem großen Kunden in München präsentieren und dann funktionierte das Demo nicht, weil plötzlich was umprogrammiert war. Sehr ärgerlich. Aber es ist ein Zeichen dafür, Vorsicht bei öffentlichen WLANs und wenn, dann immer mit VPN rein. Und dann natürlich, wie ich schon eben mal sagte, verschlüsselte Kommunikation, möglichst Sprache. Man merkt jetzt so die Wanderbewegung weg von WhatsApp hin zu Signal. Auch nochmal ein Wort zu Telegram. Telegram finde ich großartig, wird von vielen investigativen Journalisten verwendet, um offen zu reden. Allerdings hat ja auch Telegram die Zensur eingeführt. Aber Telegram ist einfach großartig, um zu kommunizieren, um zu netzwerken. Aber es ist nicht unbedingt die beste Wahl für Datenschutz und Privacy. Dafür sollte man vielleicht eher mit Freunden oder im Netzwerk eher Signal verwenden. Oder es gibt auch ein anderes Dinge, eben wie Session. Das ist ein Fork von Signal, wo Sie sich nicht mit der Telefonnummer identifizieren müssen. Dann auch, was Sicherheit ist, ja, das vergisst man manchmal. Datensicherheit ist ja, sagte ich heute Morgen, ein ganz großer Begriff. Und manchmal kann auch ein Volla Phone kaputt gehen, wenn es hinfällt. Manchmal bekommt unser Kundendienst etwas in Paket geschickt. Da fragt man sich wirklich, was ist da passiert? Das waren dann nur noch Scherben übrig. Also nicht nur der Display, da kann man dann auch leider nichts mehr reparieren. Aber wenn mal was kaputt geht und dann kann man ein Display austauschen, aber auch lieber mal immer mal ein Backup machen. Es gibt eine eingebaute Backup-Funktion, die ist ein bisschen versteckt und unter Einstellungen und dann unter System. Da gibt es Seed Vault, da können Sie dann zum Beispiel auf einer Micro-SD-Karte oder wenn Sie einen Nextcloud-Server haben, dann sichern. Und wenn da mal was kaputt geht, Sie ziehen um, dann können Sie da sozusagen Ihre Daten sichern. Da werden wir uns auch in Zukunft ein bisschen was ausdenken, dass wir das ein bisschen out of the box mit einer Distributed Cloud anbieten können. Und dann Anonymisierung, sozusagen, dass Dienste, um die Internetverbindung aufzurufen, hatten wir schon viel diskutiert. Und dann auch, was last but not least, was viele dann vergessen, auch Diskretion in der Öffentlichkeit. Was spricht man da, was lässt man da offen rumliegen oder so etwas. Das sind auch, ich will nur ein bisschen Aufmerksamkeit und ein bisschen das ins Bewusstsein rücken, dass Schutz der Privatsphäre auch nicht nur eine technische Sache ist, sondern auch eine Sache, wie wir mit der Technik umgehen. Wenn wir das Ding einfach hinten, wenn man laut reden, ist das auch nicht, dann muss man sich überlegen, was man auch da sagt. Das sind auch Dinge, auch bei den Passwörtern. Wir hatten letztes Jahr eine ganz tolle Präsentation hier in den Community Days. Da hat Professor Asmuth ein Projekt seiner Studenten gezeigt, wo sie, ich glaube, das waren Tausende von Passwörtern, die er innerhalb von Sekunden geknackt hat, weil einfach die Leute sich so simple Passwörter ausdenken. Meistens irgendwas Kurzes und dann noch irgendein Sonderzeichen und eine Zahl. So verlangen es auch viele, dummerweise. Und es ist aber immer so, als Tipp, Länge schlägt wirklich Zeichenvielfalt. Wenn Sie ein Passwort sich festlegen, machen Sie eine lange Phrase, die erste Zeile von einem Gedicht oder ein Vers aus der Bibel. Ja, das können Sie sich gut merken. Ein Computer hat ganz, ganz große Probleme, sowas zu knacken. Und so, das heißt, da sind auch so kleine Tipps zum Thema Sicherheit. Das gibt es auch zum Runterladen, die Broschüre. Jetzt aber freue ich mich. Ja? Ja, das ist ein gutes Stichwort. Also da passiert meistens nichts, wenn man sozusagen in einer Online-Session ist. Man hat SSL-Verschlüsselung und man hat auch nicht so viele Versuche. Und Zwei-Faktor-Authentifizierung ist auch inzwischen. Aber der Fall war, wenn eben eingebrochen wird in einen Dienstleister, und sagen wir mal einem Händler, der irgendwelche Kundendaten hat oder wo dann auch die Passwörter anwendet. Das ist das Problem. Wenn man dann eine Datenbank stiehlt und wenn man dann genug Zeit hat, mit verschiedenen Algorithmen zu knacken. Das ist eigentlich, da hilft dann dieses lange Passwort. Ja, das ist sicher, klar, das sind, aber es wird ja auch nicht immer bemerkt. Also wenn einer die Intrusion Detection hat oder so etwas und dann meistens kommt das an die Öffentlichkeit, wenn dann ein wirtschaftlicher Schaden entstanden ist. Dann wird man aufmerksam. Gut, es gibt natürlich auch sehr gute IT-Unternehmen oder Unternehmen, die IT, wo die sozusagen vorsorgt dafür. Aber es gibt auch kleine Anbieter, ja, die haben nicht die Mittel, sich so zu schützen und dann kann schon mal ein Einbruch passieren. Ja, genau. Von außen wird es dann immer schwieriger, ja. Aber nochmal, was gut erwähnt ist, gerade was bei dem PIN-Schutz, also der Herr Professor Asmuth ratet davon ab, diese Gestenentsperrung zu machen, denn das zum Beispiel ist ganz gut zu erraten, ist ganz gut zu beobachten und da gibt es auch nicht so viele Varianten. Also lieber eine sechsstellige PIN oder auch eine Phrase, um den Lockscreen zu schützen. Auch das ist in der Tat, also bei unserem Volla Phone ist es auch so, man hat nur begrenzte Möglichkeiten, sich anzumelden und dann ist Schicht. Aber es gibt eben auch da die gute Möglichkeiten, zum Beispiel im öffentlichen Raum, dass das beobachtet ist. Wird aber in der Tat, das sind wir so Themen, wo wir sagen, sind immer geringe Wahrscheinlichkeiten, aber es ist ganz gut, lieber etwas zu nutzen, was nicht gut beobachtbar ist und sich da etwas Sichereres zu nutzen.
Ich muss nur Ihr Trinkglas nehmen, das abkopieren und dann habe ich Ihren Fingerabdruck.
Das ist, ja, aber die Fingerabdrucksensoren reagieren dann, das ist nicht so einfach, dass die Fingerabdrucksensoren, das war mal, das ist richtig, dass man das so simulieren konnte, aber darauf reagieren ja auch, das ist ja auch nicht mehr so einfach, dass man dadurch einen Fingerabdrucksensor überlisten kann. Genauso auch mit der Gesichtserkennung, das kann man auch nicht einfach mit einem Foto von der Iris oder sowas überlisten, das ist auch schon ein bisschen kompliziert. Doch, das geht. Da wenn Sie zum Beispiel, wenn das Gerät über mehrere benutzt wird oder Sie wollen 2 Hände benutzen. Es geht. Ja, es geht.
Alle 10 Finger abspeichern.
Ja, genau. Ja, das können wir machen. Wir haben eine andere Idee, an der wir auch im Moment arbeiten in der Forschung, dass wir sozusagen eine Art, das Thema Besitz und Wissen, das ist immer die beste Kombination, hat sich auch bewährt bei Kartenzahlungen. Ja? Die Karte müssen Sie besitzen und das Wissen müssen Sie haben von der PIN. Und was wir überlegen ist, dass wir sozusagen mit einem physikalischen Schlüssel das Gerät aktivieren oder bestimmte Funktionen nur aktivieren, sodass das dann in Kombination verwendet werden muss und Sie ziehen den Schlüssel ab und das Gerät ist dann nicht mehr brauchbar. Also über solche Themen denken wir in der Tat nach, sodass wir sozusagen noch mehr Sicherheit reinbringen. Da ist gerade ein Entwickler dabei von uns, das zu evaluieren. Also gut, wir haben noch viel Zeit miteinander zu diskutieren. So I welcome Mr. Ferreiro. So thank you very much that you stand up early in the morning in Argentina, and you have a very interesting company, and you will introduce it, and you have a very nice use case for the Volla phone. You started your R&D on a Pine phone, but you think to continue with the Volla phone. And thank you very much for joining. And the stage is yours to present your project and your product. Hello.
Hello. Thanks, George. First, I want to thank to you for the invitation. It's a pleasure for me to participate in this day. Well, my name is Manuel Díaz Ferreiro. I'm director and co-founder from Procer Tecnologías. Procer is a company that develops technology solutions for people with visual disabilities. And today we go to show our new device, Procer 3. Procer 3 used as a hardware platform, a cell phone. It's all developed on Linux system based. And at this moment, we are very interested in porting to Volla, like George said. For this reason, we are here today. And now I share with you a presentation to show our product. After that, any question or any suggestion, please send me. in advance, I'm sorry for my English. I'll try to be clear, but any question or if you don't understand me, let me know. Okay. Procer is a company that develops technology solution for people with visual disabilities. What is the problem that Procer solves? The people with visual disabilities have problem to do a lot of things in their daily life. For example, read printed text, printed or digital text, or even study, work, or enjoy the reading independently. On the other hand, tasks in their daily life, like pay bills, read banknotes, read product packaging, or even read the handwriting notes, this kind of situation affects their social inclusion and self-esteem. Our solution is Procer. It's a portable device that converts printed or digital text into audio. It offers tools to work, study, and deal with daily life. What is more, Procer can read notes, extract information from bill of services, and speech-to-text functions. Next, I'll show a video with the main features from the Procer 3.
Procer 3 es un dispositivo que ayuda a las personas con dificultades en el acceso a la lectura a trabajar, estudiar y en tareas de la vida diaria. Facilita la captura de textos e imágenes desde distintas fuentes como un escáner portátil, un pendrive, la nube o una cámara, que puede estar adosada a un anillo o a un par de lentes.
Leer con la cámara externa.
El arte de las distribuciones, la disciplina.
Ciudad de Buenos Aires.
Procer 3 permite crear y editar documentos dictando o a través de un teclado, adjuntarle notas de voz y compartir fácilmente el contenido.
Cami, fui hasta la farmacia. Besos.
Además, puedes leer textos manuscritos, carteles e identificar envases de productos de uso cotidiano y billetes.
500 pesos.
Los textos pueden reproducirse en cualquier lugar y en cualquier momento.
Procer, tecnología inclusiva.
According for the World Health Organization, around 4% of the global population has visual disabilities. It's for example, our clients, it's a reference only. Are universities, government, user, and medical insurance. Like as Volla community, Procer has a huge community of users that with their cooperation helps to improve our products every day. For this reason, this kind of events, for me, it's a pleasure to participate. But I think the most important issue or topic to speak today is the technology involved in our development. We use machine learning to the banknote recognition. In the first step of Procer, in Procer 1 and Procer 2, we use VLAT. For the visual interface, we use Qt. And today, we are using to the banknote recognition deep learning techniques. The OCR, we use Easy OCR and Tesseract. We use a lot of OpenCV to pre-processing the image. For the speech recognition, in this moment, we're using with.ai. And the word listener, in Argentina, we use a lot the word che, is che Procer. We use micro precise, and all the development was programming in C, C++, and Python. What is next? With respect to the future challenge in the development, we are working with math recognition, music recognition, fundamentally porting to Volla. We consider Volla and his community a great opportunity to work together, developing new technology and product for the blind people. For this reason, I'm very glad to participate in this day. I wish that just be the first step in a very important relationship. Now I show a very short video with a demo from Process 3 in action.
Hello, my name is Mariano. I'm part of the Procer team, and thanks for the opportunity to show you our work. Before making a brief demonstration of how Procer 3 device works, I would like to tell you why we base our development in Linux, and particularly why we use the Python as hardware platform. We use Linux because we develop software for dedicated devices. We don't want to make apps for the other OS like Android or iOS. Actually, we build our software over the Python because it offers a 100% Debian-based Linux system that allows us to easily migrate our software from other devices that use hardware platforms like Tinkerboard or Raspberry Pi. Migrating Procer 3 software to UBports basic devices is a challenge for us and something we'd love to do. Well, now I'm going to show you how to read a page using the scanner. First of all, I need to scan this page. I turn on the scanner and start scanning. Now I have to connect the scanner to the device in the USB-C port and indicate to the device that I want to read the last page of the scanner.
Function, select continue, read, explore library, scanner. Scanner functions. You read last pages. Getting image. Eject. Text ejected. Processing image.
El suplicio 67 manifestación de poder, la ocasión de afirmar la disimetría de las fuerzas. Más adelante veremos que la...
Well, this book is in Spanish, so it's reading in Spanish. Now, once the device is reading, I can control the reading flow using the navigation keys of the device. This is just a little demonstration of how Procer 3 can read a page of a book with a scanner. Well, now I'm going to read using the external camera and the voice command. Read using external camera.
This is a test of Procer 3 reading handwritten text using an external camera.
I would like to share with you a little message for a user for Procer 2, because for us the most important behind the technology or the product is the people. This is a word from Geste.
Sí, la verdad que estoy muy feliz con mi nuevo amigo tecnológico porque yo digo, sin exagerar, que me solucionaron la vida prácticamente. Así que muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry again for my English.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. It's awesome to see that, and I'm looking forward to do a great product together. And I think it's a very interesting example that also the Volla Phone as a platform can be used by business partners to make great products. And in your example, the benefit is that we can offer the options between Android and Linux. And in your case, Linux is your choice because you have the developers and the applications prepared for the Linux platform. And this is also a message for business customers that are listening to us, that we can work together with us with a customized operating system. There's also another German company that is using special protocols that we have unlocked in the kernel to enable their products based on a Volla phone. Yeah, thank you very much. And I would like to use the chance that people in the audience can ask some questions. I think they can ask in English and Spanish, I think.
Okay.
Some questions in the community, maybe? Did you hear something?
So, as one of the developers from UBports, I would like to ask you a bit about the challenges you encountered when porting the software, or when investigating how you can port your software from Python to UBports. And one good news I can tell you is that we have ongoing migration to Ubuntu 20.04 base. It's already runs on Volla Phone, and that should make your life easier since you can use more recent libraries and everything compared to very out-of-date Ubuntu Xenial base. So the next one will be 20.04 or Focal.
Okay, I don't know if I understood well the question, but in this moment we using Mobian. And the main issue to port to UBports is I don't in charge about the tech support. It's about the way to UBports manage the drivers. And if I understood well, you share with me good news about the situation with the community of UBports. I understood well, or mi argentino es demasiado, my Spanish.
I just shared that we are going to update UBports Ubuntu base soon, which may help you for porting. But
okay.
As I understood, so your problem is that you do not have the same way for camera access as on Python. Okay.
Okay. I spoke with George about this topic. Thanks. In fact, I spoke with George, and I told he that because with like a product, Volla Phone it's very important for us, and all the features that the hardware from Volla phones are important. We don't have a lot of time to develop in this moment. For this reason, the main problem was the camera. But when the meeting finished, I promised that in the right way, I can more clear in English. But in this moment, I feel a little nervous speaking English. But if George can, he share my email, and we want to speak, and you will speak with my partner that he is in charge about this kind of things.
Yeah, thanks. This is what a community makes to a community, that we connect each other. And I remember that one feature that is important for you is that the Volla Phone 22 has a 48 megapixel camera.
Yes.
So you can, this is very important to identify text at the wall or maybe in a book or something. Somewhere else, and this feature I think could help these visually impaired people.
Yes, in fact, I would like to say all the suggestion that you gave me the last year about the micro precise, a lot of this thing with Ubuntu for the speaker recognition. We use a lot of this thing because for this reason I think the cooperation in the software libre free software community it's the most important to work together.
Perfect. So thank you very much that you shared your ideas and your product with us, because it gives an idea that we also there are coming up more and more projects and cooperations with companies to build custom solutions. I think we have in the short future we have very interesting announcements that we can do, and one of that interesting partnerships is GNU Health. Thank you very much, Mr. Ferraro, and I'm looking forward to stay in touch and continue the story with you. Thank you very much, and enjoy your weekend.
Thanks a lot.
Does it also annoy you how much time you spend on your smartphone, all the notifications, the countless apps? Are you also tired of big tech and security agencies watching you, what you do, where you go, who you talk to? Then we have good news for you. The new Volla Phone 22 for your freedom through simplicity and security.
Would you like to sit here, right?
If I can
pass
the slides?
Yeah.
I mean, I pass the slides, so you just give me a... Okay. I'm going to be like this all the time because there are so many that... No, there are just 10. I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you very much that you come to Germany, that long travel, and this makes that meeting so awesome. That's international, real community day. Thank you very much that you took the way, and we had a long conversations at video conference calls when we first met, and I was very interesting in your solutions. And your software and what you are doing, and I think it's a perfect fit. And we have also some others in the room that are working on a solution for patient records. Did you have a chance to talk each other already? That's fine. Did you also? Yeah, we have tomorrow another day. And did you also talk to Mr. Hammelrath? Not yet. I think he tried. This was also another one who would like to come and talk about that business in healthcare. So we have so many requests. We had also a request from a company that develops solutions for nursing. So people that are nurses, not in the hospital, but they're going into the home. And there's a large company with 200 nurses going in the home of elder people. And so there's a high demand of special solutions. And now I'm looking forward for your presentation about GNU Health.
Thank you, George. It's really my pleasure being here. It's actually, I kind of feel at home because most of the GNU Health community is from Germany. So we have a lot of friends in common around. So I come pretty much every year. And it's nice to be at beautiful Remscheid, and looking forward to just talk a little bit about the past, the present, and the future of GNU Health. Today we will be focusing more on the My GNU Health. That's a personal health record application. So let me just give you a quick intro about myself. I'm Luis. I'm a physician by training and a computer scientist, but my passion goes into social medicine and animal rights. So today I had a great smile when I saw Nina's dog there. It's really nice. We should have more dogs around here, and cows and pigs and all these beautiful animals that instead of eating them, we should treat them as friends. But anyways, that would be another topic that I could be talking for a long time here. This was actually our very first project, and talking to and see Manuel's presentation. This is in Argentina. This was at the northwest of Argentina, Santiago del Estero, 2006. So it's getting close to 2 decades of project. We started GNU Health in rural areas, in school of rural areas where we were putting GNU Linux on their libraries. And then we noticed that these kids needed more than just technology. So we said, well, what can we do to improve the life and dignity of people around, especially, underprivileged areas? And that's where GNU Health project started. Okay, today is a full-blown Libre digital health ecosystem, but social medicine is always on the DNA of the project itself. What we've done is we have an NGO, a non-for-profit organization that kind of has the umbrella of all the components of GNU Health ecosystem. The idea is it cannot be bought by any large organization or anything like this. This is a community project by the community and for the community. So this is just one of the pictures. Many German friends there in Gran Canaria in one of the community days that we did there a couple of years ago. And one of the important things that we chose the Volla project and the Volla Phone is because we look for community-oriented projects, right? And this is key because if we have a chain and one of those pieces of the chains break because of proprietary software or whatever, the whole project goes down the drain. So as you can see on the icons that we have there, they are all community-oriented projects, right? Free and libre software. It's a GNU official project, right? And it has been declared by Richard Stallman as a GNU project itself. And these are just some pictures of the projects around the world. We work on very small clinics in Africa to the largest hospital in Asia with more than 3,500 beds. So it really, you can adapt GNU Health for your needs, whether you're a small project on your nurse or on your doctor office, or whether you are a research institution or whether you are a large hospital or laboratory. It has been adopted by the United Nations, in this case, the International Institute for Global Health. This was a course I gave some years ago in Malaysia. And the WHO World Health Organization has been using it also, especially in Africa. And these are Bafia Hospital in Cameroon, where they also instead. We trained the people from WHO, so they actually did implementation in these countries. Some other institutions and governments that have adopted GNU Health, Jamaica, it has been declared also a digital public goods. And here we have the part of the members of the Digital Public Goods Alliance, which is some of the German government is there, UNICEF, UNDP, and the Norwegian government, Seien Sie, etc. And of course, this is key, working with the academia. Okay, here you have, we've been giving talks in MIT and Harvard, United Nations University, Leibniz University of Hanover, as we mentioned, some Kyoto University, etc. And one of them is the University of Entre Rios that have made a lot of projects, both nationally and internationally. So GNU Health is an ecosystem. It's not just one single program. We have several programs or systems depending on what is the use. Some of them are into bioinformatics and genomics and proteomics. Some of them are in embedded devices. Some of them are a hospital management information system. And the one we're going to be talking today is a personal health record, right? My new health. Some screenshots of the use cases of the hospital management information system that goes from histopathology to patient records to analytics, digital imaging, and so on. This is a plugin with another free and libre project. This is called Orthanc, that is a PAX server, right? It retrieves the images, DICOM images for digital imaging. We are very into research in cancer and neurodegenerative diseases. What you see there is a long list of different mutations and natural variants of genes and proteins that can affect somewhere in your life to your health, right? That being said, most of this information we always combine it with the socioeconomic determinants of health. Okay, so the exposome or the concept of exposome is always present. We don't just want to be focused on the molecular basis of disease, but we also want to know how, what we eat, where we live, the affection level that we have affects to ourselves as individuals and as a society. Next, please. So moving to today's topic, let me introduce you to my new health and how we can actually see it on the Volla Phone. So before my new health, we develop solutions for institutions and for health professionals, right? And that I think is very important. So we need health professionals and governments to have the tools to improve the health campaigns and disease preventions and health promotions and so on. But I felt like we needed to put the people also in charge of their own health, right? I feel like today medicine, especially in Western society, is very reactive and reductionist, where the person or the patient has less to do, just go in there and take orders from your health professional. What we try to do with my new health is put the person in charge of the system of their health and also being part of the system of health, right? These are some actual screenshots from the desktop itself. As you can see, you don't only have the biological part of it, but you also have psychological, social issues that are so important, and they are always have to be taken together. It's if you go again to the reductionist system of disease, as I call it, we are perpetuating the problem itself, So we will always have in from biopsychosocial components of the big spheres that make our health as a human being, right? So then, of course, you have some charts, statistics, and so on. The reason, and this is again just one of the lifestyle things that you can put on your exercise, your sleep quality, your nutrition profile, and so on. Next, please. This is an actual picture from the PinePhone, taken a year and a half or so again. And this is where we kind of got in touch and said, we need to do something. The community was asking me, well, this is great for Linux phones, but most of the community uses Android. So how can we actually have my new health for all the people that use today Android? And I was reluctant because I said, I don't think the Android at this point is libre. And I didn't find a way or an easy way to say, how can we run this on a phone that respects my privacy as a person, as a patient? And that's where I got to know Volla, and then I wrote you, and then we, signed the memorandum of understanding and the agreement, and then we said, well, next version, that's what we're working now, is going to be also compatible with Volla OS. So it will be an F-Droid and all these good things about having libre software that respects your privacy and your freedom, also on an operating system that respects your privacy and your freedom. Okay, so I think that we kind of got the best of both worlds at this point. And we're very excited. Of course, that meant that we pretty much had to restart, okay, the framework of development or whatever, but that's, technology is usually not the problem here. Society is the problem. So we have to, as I usually said, GNU Health is a social project with a little bit of technology behind. And that's how I like to define our project itself. Next. These are actually now pictures and screenshots coming from the Volla. We are changing the technology. So now instead of Qt, we are moving to a Kiwi Python. Why? Well, because most of GNU Health is Python based. Okay. So, and the good thing about Kiwi is it allows you to deploy whatever you have in different frameworks and platforms, right? So we can reuse a lot of libraries that we already have and then put it where it's, in this case, Linux phones, which will run out of the box, and also on Android by porting it. Okay, but the code base will be the same. And this is actually screenshot now from Kiwi itself. So the user experience will be pretty much the same. Okay, so all the database, all the security stuff behind my GNU Health is going to be exactly the same, and the user experience is going to be very nice, or at least that's what we hope for. One important thing about the GNU Health project in general is that we have to move away from the silos that kind of exist and control today's medicine or healthcare. What do I mean by this? In many places, you go from hospital A to hospital B, and hospital B doesn't have your clinical record updated. Okay? Not to say if you go from private to public healthcare. So what we created is this concept of the GNU Health Federation, where no matter where you are, not just in your country or in your region, but around the world, you would potentially be able to share with those health professionals that you want your clinical record. So if in my GNU Health, you want to put something, whether it is, well, I sprained my ankle, or something serious about a sexual assault, it can automatically be seen by those, whether those are social services or your traumatology doctor, around all that GNU Health Federation. And I think that this is key. Okay, not only for health professionals, but for you as an individual to be in control of what data do you share. So in origin or by default, all the information remains private, but yet you have the opportunity to say, oh, no, I want to share this with this doctor, this nurse, this psychologist, or my nutritionist, for example, right? So you make a list of the people that you want to share this information with. And the second one is real-time observatory. That is what happened with the COVID and other outbreaks. Probably it could have been stopped if we could have had good control of that outbreak before becoming an epidemic and then a pandemic. So real-time information is key, not just to prevent further issues, but to improve the living conditions of the people living in those communities. And that's where again, this concept of federation and analytics and convergence of information into a distributed network, I think is the way to go in medicine. Health should not have borders. That makes no sense whatsoever. And those borders, the only thing that create are disparities in health based on your social status or on your race or on your gender. And by having these sort of solutions, you kind of disrupt the status quo. And that's what we like about it, and having phones now like the Volla Phone that has a libre version of Android that can be deployed to millions of people, not just in Europe, but Asia, South America, Africa, wherever you name, and being able to ship by default my new health on it is going to be a game changer. I'm positive on that. This is just some examples on how important I just mentioned it. It's having this sort of not just distributed network, but also the freedom relying on the people, not on the government itself, right? That makes a huge, huge difference on how I want to deal with my health data. And again, I also talked about the real-time observatory and how you can have charts and analytics on real time. As a matter of fact, the COVID real-time observatory in Argentina was using GNU Health. But again, COVID is just one example of infectious diseases. There are so many others. And there are so many other social diseases that should be also taken account of. Because if we don't take care of the social diseases, infectious diseases will come. That's what happens always. That's tuberculosis. If you talk about tuberculosis, it's the perfect example of a social disease. And that's pretty much it. Here it's because I came, now you have the moral right to come back to Gran Canaria in November. That's where we're making the International New Health Conference. And we'll be really, really honored to have you guys there. George, Nina, yourself, all the team from Volla that have been so nice to me in today. And I really feel like this project has a lot of future. I make a lot of mistakes, but sometimes, my olfactory sense is like saying, this looks good. This has all the ingredients to be a successful project, and you can count on the new health community to make it even bigger. So thank you so much. Of course, I always put this slide here because in the end we are a non-for-profit. You don't count on venture capital. We don't count on anybody but people. That's the best way of remaining independent, and this is key. When you talk about privacy, and more importantly, privacy in healthcare, you have to stay away from big organizations, because at the end they broke the internet and they cannot break the healthcare system. So that's pretty much it. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
My pleasure. Thank you.
So, thank you very much. So maybe we have some questions here that would be from the online community, maybe, or the people are outside in the sun. No questions. Are there any questions from your side here? Some comments on it?
There's a little thing on security and privacy. You talked about it. I don't know if it's really worthwhile to say something about your thalamus, the architecture of the security of data and the privacy of the involved, right? I learned it from the brochure. I didn't know anything about it. Is it good for a short comment here in the session, or is it too tricky?
No, I can just So thank you, Doctor, for your question. Thalamus is basically a message and authentication server. Basically, what it does, it's as the thalamus in our brain is saying, okay, I receive a message, I'll send it there or there, right? Well, this is pretty much the same. Depending on who's making the call, it checks the authentication level that they have and the access level to different objects. And what you put on top, it's up to you. Meaning, for example, we were seeing the VPN stuff. We heard about the onion network, and anything that you can put on top of it, it's better. But basically, at the lowest level, it receives a request. It's a Flask server, basically. And depending on who's making the request and what object is actually recording and what records are you trying to retrieve, it will bring back to you or not. So that's pretty much it. And of course, you have different groups and different access levels and so on, right? So Thalamus is used, for example, when we were talking about my GNU Health. If I want to share that with my doctor, we will go through Thalamus and say, okay, do you actually can share this, or can actually your health professional read the information that you're putting there and so on? At the larger scale, it's what a health institution can do nationwide, meaning can the Ministry of Health have access to work on analytics and epidemiological data? Yes or not? And of course, each message that you send can be digitally signed with all the good stuff that has that, right? So if I'm a health professional and I want to sign a prescription, I can do it with GNU Health and then through Thalamus send it to the federation if I could. Right? But basically, it's that it's a hub. It's a message and authentication server. I hope that pretty much in a nutshell. Okay. Any other questions? Yes.
So I wonder, you were talking about sharing medical data. So there's one aspect to it where it's about with whom you share, who you allow to access. But isn't it, how much of a challenge is it actually the data formats that are used in there? So I don't know medical records as such, but if I take a X-ray somewhere, I don't know, in Japan, can anybody open it here? How is is that a challenge, actually, the data format? So then is that also your focus?
That's a very good question, and it is a challenge. I mean, there are in healthcare, we have different standards. So, for example, to code a particular health condition, WHO has ICD-10, for example, right? What is good about that is that, yes, you can translate the language of that condition. For example, we're talking about tuberculosis, but the code remains the same across the planet. So, anybody that sees that code knows that that is tuberculosis itself. Same for digital imaging. They have DICOM. Okay, so DICOM is a specific format or protocol for digital medical imaging, right? So if your center uses DICOM, that will allow me, no matter where I am in the world, if I have a DICOM reader, to see your X-ray, for example, or your MRI or whatever study. Then you have HL7, for example, that is a way of exchanging messages across different systems, right? Different medical systems. So those are all standards and protocols that we can use to make it better. What is the problem? That there are so many, and it's like, why? Well, it's like that. So then you have SNOMED and SNOMED can be used depending on specific conditions, and that already can create issues. So what we usually do is we try to adopt always, as we saw before in the presentation, World Health Organization standards, whether they are medical conditions, whether they are health procedures. It's always a guarantee. If WHO puts its blessing, then it's good because it's going to be able to be used pretty much all around the world. So it's good to take and adopt standards that are actually there already. And of course, those standards must be free also, because if not, it shouldn't be called standards to start with. It should be something that we can deploy anywhere in the world with it.
Perfect. Some more questions? I think we will continue our dialogue, in particular to bring that solution to the people. And this is twofold, or maybe threefold. We have the patients, the people that track their medical records, and on the other side we have the doctors. So do you have some ideas how to bring it to the people? One way it would be to communicate about that solution, but also it should be accepted then by doctors. Maybe we could target some networks, or maybe should we start at hospitals? Do you have an idea to bring that solutions that it's really frequently used by patients and doctors to exchange data?
So one way of making my new health available is what we were saying. If you have it already on your mobile phone, once you buy it, well, that's what the big companies do. They just put some apps there. Let's put one good for a change. So we put my new health there, and people will just out of curiosity start using it. The second thing is, if they are using it in a federated model, we need to know which system, which clinics, which hospital, or which governments are already using that federation model. Because if they do so, then the only thing that they need is the doctor checking on the federation portal the information that the person or the patient provided to the system.
Is that the case in Germany? Are there already some hospitals or?
Not really. It's coming. It's oh, but that's Europe, yeah. Mm-mm.
But of course, the accreditation of a doctor or a caregiver and so on, in the interest of the national lobbyists, is a matter of national accreditation.
It is true.
So in case a German lobbyist from my channel meets the one from France or Netherlands, we have a silent cooking. Nobody wants to enter this field.
Yeah.
It's a battlefield.
It is.
So the only agent who can work through is the patient. Because we are Europe, we are the patient. Meantime, I've got a patient to be a patient. And so, and doctors won't make it. Never. Spanish doctors are completely different from the Swedish. Not in the ideology.
Yeah. Well, yeah. You have a very good point. That is legislation. And we have to. The way we've been doing is a kind of a down to top approach, where we first show that GNU Health works in hospitals, in laboratories, no matter what is the complexity. Then when you see WHO or the UN adopting it, it's like, or now the Digital Public Good Alliance, which, by the way, one of them is the German government, so we should talk to them about it. It's like, what can we go to empower the people? Because it's clear that the current medical or health system is not working. It's not working. We have more obese people, we have more diabetes, we have more cancer and whatever. Most of them cause of social diseases. So we can show them a serious solution, but it's up to us. So in my case, well, I'm a physician too. So GNU Health came out of the frustration of knowing this type of system doesn't work anymore. So what can we do about improving not just the health of the population, but also the dignity of the society? And I think that's where things such as privacy and empowerment and so on show up. That's where nutrition shows up. That's where a lot of social medicine concepts shows up. Those things are not seen on the classical reductionist system of disease, as I call it. So we have to move away from the system of disease and embrace a more sustainable system of health. So it is up to us, the people, to say, enough is enough. Why are we putting all these millions and millions of taxpayer dollars into a system that does not respect our privacy? If we have solutions now, both at the personal level, as my GNU Health, running with the Volla Phone, for example, and to manage hospitals and manage labs and so on, and put all them together. That's a mindset that we have to start focusing into it and go that way. That's at least the way I've been doing it for almost 20 years now. And we have to be patient, though, because it's not easy. The lobbies are very, very big. But little by little, when you see multilateral organizations like WHO or the Red Cross adopting it, it's like, well, now we can show it to them and say, why don't you give us a pilot project on whatever region you want in Germany or in Spain, and then we move on. That I think that could be a nice approach. Talk to your major houses, talk to them and say, well, can we do this? In Spain now they are doing it into a very important topic, which is mental health. They are using GNU Health in the mental health management of houses that deal with this sort of patients. Remember that suicide today is #1 cause of death for young people. So, in Western society, the kids that are killing themselves are making that the very #1 cause of death. And that's something that we really have to do something about it. And these sort of solutions, when you saw on my GNU Health, the bio and the psychological part of it, psychosocial risk, that is so key. Yet many times, because the classical system of health or disease, better said, doesn't take into this, then we have those tragic numbers in France. So it's a transition, but being today here and being with the community that are great in technology and being able to deploy it now, because that was the other burden that we were facing. Okay, GNU Linux phones are excellent, but let's admit it, today the market share keeps being very small. So if I want my friends to be using my GNU Health on their mobile devices, whether I like it or not, it has to have some sort of version of Android. And I think the version of Android that we have on Volla OS, it's the perfect solution to it because it respects your privacy. Then I have no problem whatsoever. On the contrary, I'm very excited to move and shift the development. So it's now going to be compatible both at desktop and also on mobile devices.
So it's mainly exhausting negotiations with responsible politicians or companies, or can the users push that process? What do you think if I go to a doctor and say, "Here, I have a nice app to track my health. Would you like to use it?" So do you think it's a way to push it from the users to request it or to make suggestions, or is it that negotiation on the top level that is required?
Well, I think that the very first one that you, I think it's going to be in the end a combination of both, right? But if we seduce the end user will seduce the health professional. And that will bring a nice positive feedback cycle. Because in the end, health professionals, we are also people, we get sick. And it's nice to have a nice application that that respects your privacy. I never use any other thing because I knew that for some reason or the another, I was being the product of that app. So it's like, I'm not, if I don't have the source code in front of me, I'm not going to use it on my mobile devices, especially on something so critical as your health and psychological data,
Local solutions would be possible. So if the city of Remscheid
Absolutely.
decide to start small with a project, that would be possible.
Well, that was the case of these mental health institutions in Valencia, and that can become a pilot project. And because I'm sure that it's going to be successful because we have such a great community here, then we can move to a regional level, and why not? Maybe someday even a national level. I mean, I think, to be honest, I think it's a matter of time that free and libre software solutions break the lobby of healthcare.
So I was very surprised to hear that the northern state, I think it's Schleswig-Holstein, and they have decided to switch software to open source for all public offices and education and so on. And I think this is a very promising and motivating movement that can be also has an impact on the public health sector.
Yeah, we have to find mind-like politicians, meaning, choose that public official that shares this concept of freedom and privacy and universality in health. If we find that person, then things will become easier.
Let's looking for Easter eggs.
Yeah. It's true, but hey, sometimes we find it. It's a matter of it's like winning the lottery. Well, sometimes it happens, But definitely, I think that doing the first step and providing solutions like My New Health already installed on your mobile devices, it's a great step forward. One of the things that we have to do on the upcoming version is linking it with smartwatches and things like this, to get a better feeling of your sleep quality and things like this.
To make it public and to motivate other companies if we use it for fitness and
Absolutely.
without the need to use the app only if there is some server to be connected.
Exactly.
So if you can start locally, then I think it's a good idea to introduce it.
And that's always the case. I mean, it's always local, unless you decided to hook it with whatever federation you may choose to, similar to Mastodon a bit in that sense.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for that interesting conversation, and you can see and that something is happening. I go into the camera. Thank you very much for being patient today. So we ended up today with the official program, and for all people that have participated online, thank you very much. Tomorrow we will start again at 10 a.m. Central European Summer Time, and it's more in-depth technical. We have some ideas from the community, and also for the dual boot feature, Mr. Panyo will present an introduction how community developers can contribute to that idea and provide their operating system as an option for our multi-boot feature. And today we had we had to improvise. It was a little bit different than expected. So I think we have tomorrow enough time to have a look at also the devices and the software on it. Yeah, well, and let's see what comes out from the hackathon. You're free to have a look at the devices here right now, and thank you very much to the community that is online. See you tomorrow. Hopefully, we will have some more exciting stuff. Thank you very much.
Does it also annoy you how much time you spend on your smartphone, all the notifications, the countless apps? Are you also tired of big tech and security agencies watching you, what you do, where you go, who you talk to? Then we have good news for you. The new Volla Phone 22 for your freedom through simplicity and security.